Okay.
So they have the ball and they're going to give it to Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, good. Regular meeting, Pledge of Allegiance.
This evening, Pastor Jacobo Carrillo from the Iglesia Bautista will give us our invocation.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Almighty God, for the opportunity that you gave us to pray for the city. Thank you for this wonderful city of Brownsville. Thank you for all the blessings that you pour upon us. Lord, we ask you in this evening that you give the wisdom and the understanding to all the committee, to our leaders. I pray for our mayor, Tony Martinez, Lord, that you lead him and that you bless him abundantly. In the name of Jesus Christ, thank you, Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Item number 1, Mayor's activity update.
Nothing at this time.
Item number 2, Commissioner's activity update.
I have something. I want to do a couple of things. One is to thank city staff and our many, many partners for a very nice, again, Ciclovia this past weekend. Many, many people were out in the streets, including 1,600 that were registered that visited the Brownsville Farmers Market, which is one of the highest attendances ever. So that was very exciting. Also want to call all the commissioners and the people's attention to the little card on your desk. AARP, as you know, we have made a commitment as a city to be an age-friendly community, and they have conducted a very extensive survey throughout the community for the Brownsville Livable Community Survey. The rollout of the results is going to happen next week on April 27th from 10 to 11:30 at the Marriott Courtyard, and all are encouraged and welcome to attend to hear what it is that our folks think about being what they would like to see to make Brownsville an age-friendly community. So please check it out. It should be on our website, and there'll be an RSVP email and phone number to do so, and it's free.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mayor, I wanted to thank Public Works and Engineering. Finally, the project got done, and of course PUB with all the line work that got done. And on 30th Street from Stanlin all the way up to Owens, and then past the little bridge on Owens onto Boca Chica. I know it took some time, but Public Works insisted on getting it right. And now we can honestly tell the citizens there that you've got a street for the next 15 years that shouldn't give any problems as far as drainage, shouldn't give any problems as far as, you know, the base and the code and what's working. So thank you to Public Works, thank you to PUB, thank you to Engineering, and most importantly, thank you to the citizens for their patience in holding true to us, because it did take months and months to get done. I mean, Paul Kavanaugh, if you're listening, you know, thank you for your emails, but the project did get done. And
Well, thank you.
and on that note, there is another motion, another presentation, but I'm going to let Commissioner De Leon take care of that, and then we'll jump in.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking the city staff. Today we had Stargate Talks in collaboration with the university, BISD, and the city was a participant. I want to thank the city manager and his staff. They were instrumental in making this happen. You'll be seeing live on Brownsville TV, well, they'll be showing or showcasing what we saw this morning. And with that, I also want to thank the Public Information Service Department, Brownsville TV, their director, Jerry Hitchcock. I want to also thank Gabriela Gonzalez, Cynthia Hernandez, Alfredo Santillana, James McCoy, Maria Torres, and Marcela Peña. And with that, I want to introduce our state champions that are here with us today from Gladys Porter High School. Commissioner, if you want to say a few words.
Gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. To my childhood friend and colleague, Mr. Jose Spitia, congratulations, my friend. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to your staff, to your players, to your families. Para sus familias, más importante que nada. For your families, for your teachers, for all the people that drove all the way to Georgetown to watch you, to support you. To teachers that missed work. A lot of your teachers were out there. You know, they took a personal day off and they drove out there to support you. You know, yesterday you got treated to a wonderful rally at the school. You know, congratulations, man. You bring pride to our community. You bring pride not only to the city, but you bring pride to our part of town. I was a teacher at Porter High School 10 years ago when we had our last state champs at Porter. And Coach Espitia was an aspiring young soccer coach back then. And now he's at the helm, and he's there with you guys, and you have a lot to be proud of. I know I got interviewed earlier by my good friend Oscar for an article that's going to be coming out. And he said, what's your message for the senior class, for the seniors on the team? Gentlemen, savor this victory. Savor it, make it. It's going to be a wonderful accomplishment in your life. But best of all, as you leave the halls at Porter High School, like I did back in 1991, when you leave, you'll represent our school. You represent our community. And best of all, gentlemen, get an education. Go out, become something. Come back the way Coach Espitia did. Come back and teach at one of our schools. Build a program from the middle school. A lot of you play at Banza, a lot of you play with boys, a lot of you play out at 511, a lot of you play with Checo Lozano there at Gonzalez Park, year round. Soccer's not a seasonal sport for you. Soccer is a way of life. Soccer is a year-round sport for you. Continue with that. And continue to nurture the future. Continue to help all those little boys that come and look at you the way you did with all these other guys 10 years ago, 9 years ago, 5 years ago. Continue to be an example for the future and be that positive example for the future. And with that in mind, congratulations to you. Bienvenidos. And we ask you to please step up. Please come up and take your rightful place here at our City Commission so that we can present you with a proclamation. Come on up.
Come on up.
Congratulations. Congratulations, guys.
Mayor, are you
No, go ahead.
A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing and honoring the Gladys Porter Early College High School, Porter Cowboys soccer team. Whereas the Porter Cowboys soccer team is based in Brownsville, Texas, under the leadership of head coach Jose Espitia, assistant coaches Eddie Huentello, Adrián Navarro, and Antonio Serrano, and managers Franco Gonzalez and Asiel Treviño. Whereas the Porter soccer team is comprised of the following members: Jose Nava, Jaime Gomez, Mario Rios, Roberto Briceño, Esteban Mata, Josué Reina, Enrique Soto, Alexis Armendáriz, Arembe García, Agustín Pisaño, Omar Estrada, Uriel Sepúlveda, Marco Don Juan, Ricky Vidal, Antonio Cuellar, Alexis Ansúrez, José Pardillo, Luis Lara, Jerry Pérez, Fernando Trigo, Daniel Briceños, Ángel Silva, Oscar García, Caleb Castillo, Diego Rivera, and Luis Reina. Whereas the Porter soccer team won the state championship this season with an impressive 28-1 record by defeating number 2 in the nation, Frisco Wakeland High School. Whereas the Porter Cowboys soccer team led through the whole way and then ended up being tied with 1 minute and 9 seconds left in regulation, but never gave up and pursued their much-wanted title. The state championship game went into penalty kicks, where Porter Cowboys scored a perfect 10 out of 10 kicks versus 10 out of 9 from Frisco Wakeland, and claimed the state crown. And whereas the Porter Cowboys soccer team won every single tournament they competed in, bringing home the Houston Cy Fair Championship, the BISD Championship, District 32 5A Champion, Region 4 5A Championship, and the 5A State Championship. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue and authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all the citizens, we recognize and honor the Porter Cowboys soccer team, and further congratulate with their high-achieving and successful individuals for their hard and exceptional talent. Thank you.
Coach, you want to say a few words?
Thanks before I start anything, thanks, I feel honored to be here. Thanks for having us here today, and thanks for inviting us over for the proclamation. One of the things that we usually tell our boys, to act with class. Everywhere they're at, they're representing not only Porter High School, but they're representing the whole city of Brownsville. And there's times when we're representing the whole Rio Grande Valley. So whether it's on the field, off the field, on a restaurant, in a restaurant, anywhere, people are looking at them. And it's a blessing to have these kids that we have, because even when they're warming up, even before a game, even when they're not playing, there's people that are recording them because they enjoy seeing them and they enjoy their behavior on and off the field. They've always been, throughout the season, very committed to the program, very committed to athletics, very committed to their academics, and at the same time, they are powered by faith. Before we left Porter High School, they would do a prayer. Before we would go out on the field, they would do a prayer. And they would do a prayer even before and after the games, regardless of the score. Fortunately for us, we won every single game that we played. And it was because of that, because of the faith that they have. So thanks for having us.
Well, Coach, on behalf of the city, as mayor, boys, gentlemen, Coach, I want you to remember just one thing. You're champions, and you don't ever forget it. A champion always remains a champion. So congratulations.
Thanks, Coach.
I'm going to say this in Spanish for the benefit of the parents also, Coach. Por la generosidad de un contribuyente, varios contribuyentes y nuestro gerente de la ciudad, queremos invitarlos a ustedes y a sus familias a cenar, no nomás a ustedes, pero también a sus apreciables familias, que nos acompañen. Vamos a darles una fecha con Coach para invitarlos a ustedes y a sus familias a que nos acompañen a cenar, porque es un tributo no nomás para ustedes, pero también para esa gente que los respalda día y noche, día tras día para sus padres. Queremos invitar también a sus padres que nos acompañen. ¿Sí?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did we get all the photographs that we needed, guys? Okay, if not, I'd like to invite each one of you to shake the hands of all the commissioners. We're all going to stand out here. Okay, start with Commissioner. Yeah, let's
Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Way to represent them.
Great job.
Very proud.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. You guys showed them how awesome we are. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations. You did great.
Congratulations. You guys are awesome. Never forget that. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you all again.
I have one more update real quick, if that's okay.
Sure.
This last week, a show aired. Some of you may know it's called La Voz. And one of the contestants is from Brownsville. And we're very excited. He's a student at Egley Elementary. He's actually one of my son's classmates. And his name is Joel Trevino. And he resides within District 2. He comes from a very humble family. And we are here to support him in any way that we can, just like we support all of our kids here in Brownsville. And so if you guys would please take the time to go on to telemundo.com and vote for Joel Trevino. He's a 8-year-old from Egley Elementary, Brownsville, Texas. And the first thing he did when he got up on stage was he told everybody, "I am from Brownsville." So we love this kid and we support him. So please, please, please log on to telemundo.com, and it's for the Kids La Voz competition. And please support this little guy. He needs you. He's counting on you. And we are Brownsville. We support him, and we will vote for him, and we will watch, and we will make sure that he wins this competition. Because you know what? He's from Brownsville.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things. I want to welcome back our Deputy City Manager, Pete Gonzalez. We're very happy to have you back, Pete, and see you in good spirits. We just got out of a meeting back there, and we were told the city and our utilities are in the best financial shape they've ever been, and we owe a lot of that to you and our entire staff, but with your leadership. And also another very special person that has dedicated his entire life, or most of his life, to our city in different capacities, including a police officer, assistant city manager, and now city manager. Our city manager, our friend Charlie Kabler, just celebrated a birthday. A birthday.
His 20th
So I
birthday.
want
21st birthday.
Seems like I celebrated more than one.
And Mayor,
I'm
sorry,
sorry, go ahead.
I have one announcement. I just wanted to say thank you to city staff, Public Works, Engineering. It's a thank you long overdue, but the main entry and thoroughfare to the Brownsville Country Club has been completed. I know a lot of people are really thankful that we can drive through it and we don't have to worry about last night's rain. So I know it was a long, tedious process, and to echo much of what Commissioner Longoria said with the other project, it took long, but it was done right. And just yesterday, the city manager, Charlie Kabler, was also helping with possibly putting forth a street light at the intersection of Morrison and San Marcelo, the other thoroughfare for the country club, because there have been a lot of accidents there as of late, and we would like to mitigate those concerns, have less casualties. So thank you to city staff and to everybody for their patience.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Okay, now we'll go to item number 3.
Item number 3, proclamations, Financial Capabilities Month.
Is there someone here for that?
I think I have the next one.
Hello, welcome. So this is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville designated April 2016 as Financial Capabilities Month in Brownsville. Whereas during Financial Capabilities Month, we renew our efforts to equip individuals with the knowledge and protections necessary to secure a stable financial future for themselves and their families. Whereas financial literacy enables people of all ages to make smart choices and set goals to protect their hard-earned income. Increasing individuals' understanding of debt, including mortgages and credit cards, helps guarantee every person receives equal treatment and is able to secure lasting opportunity. Whereas financially healthy and stable households are better consumers with larger purchasing power, attract business, contribute to local revenue, and generate a greater demand for sound financial services and products. Whereas by strengthening the financial capability of our citizens, we are investing in the fundamental promise of a brighter future and building a more prosperous community. And whereas Community Development Corporation of Brownsville's La Puerta program is designed to help Brownsville residents achieve a status of financial health, its core activities provide families with knowledge and skills, access to sound financial services and products, and targeted opportunities to save in an effort to support participants as they traverse the course to maintain a financially fit lifestyle. Now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby proclaim April 2016 as Financial Capabilities Month in Brownsville, Texas, and further call upon all the citizens of Brownsville to observe this month with programs and activities to improve their understanding of financial principles and practices. Done on this, the 19th day of April 2016, signed by the Mayor and the Commission.
Congratulations. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for being here. Would you like to say something?
Well, on behalf of the Community Development Corporation of Brownsville, I just want to thank the mayor and the city commissioners for honoring this proclamation and declaring this Financial Capabilities Month in Brownsville. As you know, CDCB for the last 40 years has been primarily concerned with providing safe, affordable housing for low-income residents in Cameron and Willacy County. But in addition to that, we're now expanding the types of services that we provide to encompass more financial capabilities. So just like we've taken on being the healthiest city in Brownsville in terms of our physical health, we're now also trying to maintain an awareness about our financial health and make Brownsville a financially fit city. So even though currently 64% of households don't have enough savings to weather a financial shock, right, to live above the poverty line for 3 months should they incur job loss or major illness, we at CDCB are trying to provide free financial coaching to any resident in Cameron and Willacy County to help them to be prepared for financial emergencies and invest in their long-term wealth. So thank you for helping us in this effort.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Proclamations, Fair Housing Month.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, designating April 2016 as Fair Housing Month in Brownsville, Texas. Whereas April marks the 48th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which sought to eliminate discrimination in housing opportunities and to affirmatively further housing choices for all Americans. Whereas the Fair Housing Act provides that no person shall be subjected to discrimination because of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, or family or familial status in the rental, sale, financing, or advertising of housing. Whereas the ongoing struggle for dignity and housing opportunity for all is not the exclusive province of the federal government, and whereas vigorous local efforts to combat discrimination can be as effective, if not more so, than federal efforts. And whereas the City of Brownsville continues to work to eliminate discrimination in housing and to provide citizens with the opportunity to live in safe and affordable housing. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby proclaim April 2016 as Fair Housing Month in Brownsville, Texas, and further call upon the citizens of Brownsville to share in the goal of responsibility of providing equal housing opportunities for all men and women, and to abide by the letter and the spirit of the Fair Housing Law. Done on this 19th day of April 2016, signed the Mayor, Antonio Martinez, and the City Commission.
Someone want to say a few words for us? Marina?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commissioners. The City of Brownsville and the Office of Grant Management and Development is taking the lead, HUD's lead, to promote this month for fair housing. We are sharing in the goal and responsibility of providing equal housing opportunities for all. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Housing Authority for the City of Brownsville and CDCB and also BAHC for what they do to provide affordable housing for our citizens. Any citizen who has questions regarding fair housing may contact the regional office in Fort Worth. I'd like to share HUD's Secretary Julian Castro's statement. A core belief of our values as Americans is the idea that every person deserves a fair chance to secure safe and stable housing. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So, guys, I just want to personally thank you because I know what a great job you all do, and you know because I keep watching all of you, right? Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great work, guys.
Thank you.
Item number 4, presentations, arboviral mosquitoes update.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. So you've heard in the news a lot about Zika, mosquitoes, and the oncoming events that may occur with Zika. So we've had a lot of questions in the Health Department, and I wanted to give an update to the public and to our City Commission about what activities our Health Department currently does in the Vector Control Department, and then what is Zika, what is known about it, what is not known, or rather not understood about it yet, and then talk a little bit about our partnerships with our state, federal, and county health partners. So the photos you see up here, there's 3 photos. These are microscopic views of what the Zika virus looks like. It's a tiny little virus measuring 40 nanometers in diameter, and it has tiny surface projections. So it's 3 times smaller than the HIV virus. It's so small that it actually can get through what's called the mother to fetus barrier, something that a lot of viruses can't do. That's why it's garnered so much attention. It also can get into the what's called the cerebrospinal fluid. Now keep in mind, everything that I'll go into today is based on research that is current. Everything I present tonight could change as researchers discover more about the Zika virus. So keep that in mind as we progress tonight. So a little timeline about Zika. In 1947, it was first discovered in Uganda in a forest named Zika, so appropriately, so the researchers named it after the location it was found. The first human case occurred in 1952, and really not much occurred after that. It basically was something that occurred solely in Africa and in those countries. However, right before in 2007, only 14 cases of Zika were well documented. It wasn't until the World Soccer Series that occurred in Brazil that researchers started to find effects related to what's called microcephaly. And research started to occur, and then they started to find that Zika and the mosquito may be connected to this. So in 2015, researchers attributed the microcephaly to the Zika virus. Keep in mind that this is based right now on causation. The research is still ongoing, so that may change. But right now, everything seems to be pointing in the direction that there seems to be a cause and effect. Zika virus and cases of microcephaly increase. The World Health Organization did declares the Zika virus a public health emergency of international concern. What does that mean? It means that many countries are currently prioritizing their funding towards research. And as this money is being applied towards research, let's hope that a vaccine for Zika will be available within 2 years. Now, currently in the U.S., there's no homegrown cases of Zika, 0. They have had about 200 cases of Zika, but they're documented due to travel. Most symptoms for Zika are going to consist of fever, rash, joint pain, or pink eye, or red eye. Some people call it red eye. If you see up here, the countries in red are where there's already documented cases of Zika. The one country that, of course, we communicate a lot with is Mexico. And as I go through in the presentation, I'll lend some of the information that we're currently doing with Tamaulipas. This basically shows the Western Hemisphere. Since it arrived in Brazil, Zika has moved pretty fast. So much so that it basically occupies the Western Hemisphere in active cases. The CDC estimates that Zika cases will begin to occur in the U.S. over the summer in 2016. When exactly, we don't know, but we do suspect that will begin to happen. These are projections based by CDC researchers. We're one of the cities that falls in the year-round risk of local Zika transmission. Our climate, our temperate climate, our warm weather, our rainy weather patterns, all contribute to us being labeled as a year-round. Also, if you look at California, Texas, and Florida, two of those 3 states are based around the Gulf of Mexico. If you look at the Gulf of Mexico, that is where you are going to see the year-round cases of Zika occurring. And that's partially because that's where you find the 2 species of mosquitoes that are mostly attributed to Zika, the Aedes aegypti and the Aedes albopictus. So what do we need to know? What do we need to be better informed about Zika? Well, the mosquitoes that carry the Zika virus are found, if you look at the maps of the continental U.S., we fall in the region that carries both the Aedes albopictus and the Aedes aegypti. So we know we already have the mosquito that has the potential to carry Zika. We know what symptoms are present, but these symptoms are also present in other diseases. Dengue, chikungunya, other vector-borne diseases carry fever and rash and joint pain. So at this point, the best advice that we're telling people is one of prevention or exposure. We're asking people to know the symptoms of Zika. If they think they've become infected while they're traveling, for them to self-protect themselves. And I'll go a little bit more into detail in the next slide. But I want to come back to microcephaly and severity. This is what's gotten the most attention about Zika. This is why Zika is in the news every day, because they suspect that Zika may be responsible for a range of microcephaly conditions. That is still being researched, but as of tonight, researchers are fairly certain that Zika and microcephaly are connected. A person who becomes infected with Zika virus can transfer it to or transmit it from mother to baby during pregnancy. It's important that we work with the county health departments that mothers or someone who suspects of being pregnant, that they seek prenatal care very early in their pregnancy. But this is also a game changer, because my first slide I mentioned that Zika was a tiny virus. Also, every mosquito carries a viral load. In other words, every mosquito can now carry more Zika molecules per se. And it's now easier for a human to be a host of Zika and not know they're carriers of Zika. That's why this one is a game changer. In other diseases, you would find that a mosquito would only pick up a few of the virus particles. With Zika, because it's smaller, there's a chance that the mosquito is carrying Zika and it's present. So what can people do to prevent from getting Zika? follow the 4Ds. I'm going to end my presentation by reemphasizing the 4Ds of that. But over the summer, we're going to spend a lot of time doing working with the county and the state on advertising about the causes of Zika and the stopping of spread of Zika. What does Zika do in the body? Well, it can give you fever, headaches, pink eye, ganglion cyst that looks like rash here, and then a rash in the extremities. And some people may even experience joint and muscle pain. It is exclusively carried by the Aedes aegypti and the Aedes albopictus. No other mode of transmission vector has been found currently. If you look at the investigation so far, in 2014, only 147 cases of microcephaly existed. The reason they come back to the Zika virus is after Zika was found in Brazil, they found that an increase of cases of 3,900 have occurred. I wanted to point to the Zika virus, what you need to know. This is the information that we're getting ready to put together. We borrowed this one from the U.S. Navy Medicine, but it does a good job of explaining. And you also got a frequently asked questions and some pamphlets up there. These are all in draft form, but this is the kind of documents that we're going to be putting on the internet, on our Channel 12, and we're going to be advertising with our county partners and our state partners. The ones you see from the CDC are final, but the FAQs that you got, they're still in draft form. In other words, we're not going to release till we get a green light from the state that the information that we're putting out there is conducive to what the doctors are telling us in Austin. So pregnancy. What if you're pregnant and you need to travel? At this point, it is not recommended that you travel to zones, what's known as hot zones, if you're pregnant. Pregnant women should not travel to Zika areas, and if you must travel, talk to your doctor before you go. When you return, have your doctor follow the pregnancy closely. Also, other than Zika, there's other diseases that can occur in other tropical countries. But I want you to look at the 3 to 7 days. We're asking anyone who does travel to areas where Zika is present to consider themselves, assume that they may have picked up Zika for a period of 1 week. So what we're going to be asking people for that 1 period is to try and wear mosquito repellent or avoid contact with people who may be pregnant in such a way that a mosquito can easily serve as a vector between a person who may be Zika positive versus someone who may be pregnant. And so someone who becomes sick with chikungunya, dengue, or Zika, protecting yourself from others from mosquito bites during that first week is key. It is most important that you protect yourself from mosquito bites. That is really the underlying theme. And to watch and get very familiar with the symptoms of what Zika is. So let me go now into a different set here. It takes a team. It takes a team from the state, from the federal government, from local partners and local cities to get the information out. Currently, our website, we're working on and we're putting a link to Texas Zika that will be updated by the Department of State Health Services. And we already have a range of activities that we've been working with. We're one of the few departments in the Valley that has had an active mosquito surveillance program for many years now. It is one of the better programs out there. I think the only other program I would say out there that's better than Brownsville's is in Houston. And that system will be tested this week with all the rains they recently had. We also send our lab samples to the labs in Austin, and also we're working with a lab in Edinburgh right now, part of the UTRGV merger, so that they can test some of our mosquitoes for some other tests that we're not able to get tested in Austin. The other thing is we've been active in the ArborNet. This is a national database for mosquito diseases. We participate in that. We're hooked up basically with the dengue branch in Puerto Rico, and also we work with a program called UWIDS that's other local health departments, and that's kind of like a Twitter sphere type between local health departments where they exchange information related to disease. Earlier this year, in March, we sent a letter to our state representatives asking them to open the lab earlier. That did not occur, but we are going to continue to request that additional funding occur to Brownsville for enhanced surveillance. And we're also working with the Office of Border Health, which is important to have as a partner because through their partnership, we're able to get data from Tamaulipas and other border Mexican states about what is occurring relative to dengue and Zika in Mexico. Some of the actions that we're currently doing, I mentioned the frequently asked questions, our partnership with Cameron County. In fact, this Thursday, we're having a meeting with them to get the latest update on Zika and also on emergency pet sheltering. So, you know, our departments are always messaging with each other and working on these important matters. Staff, since we learned about Zika, has been attending a lot of training. We want to thank the management and the commission for sending us to this training because a lot of this we're doing through webinar, but we're also doing with hands-on training. And also our partnerships, we talked to the EPA last week. We're working towards a GIS grant that will actually allow us to map all the activities that we're currently doing. And we're very active in the Board of Binational Health Commission.
Dele más despacito a la troca. No vaya tan recio.
So that's a very good question I'll bring up. There's a lot of questions about the truck going too fast or too slow. And to that point, this is actually a nozzle, one of the new technology nozzles that's called variable flow. So the truck, because of the GPS, speeds up, the nozzle opens up to allow more product to be
No one's going to believe us.
That is a frequent question. If you ask 546 Health, what is one of the questions? Why did the mosquito truck go too fast this time? In the old years, we used to have to go to a 10 miles per hour and not change rate. Now, through computers and GPS, it's variable flow. Good question. This is one of our inspectors, Mr. Barnes. Last year, just to recap our activities from 2015, we submitted over 350 samples, mosquitoes, to Austin. We had one sample come back positive. So what does this mean when a sample comes back positive? What can our citizens expect? When a positive sample is seen, we quickly go into those neighborhoods. We alert the neighborhood citizens. We spray for mosquitoes, and we go back again and retest for mosquito surveillance to see what species of mosquitoes are present. We typically set up traps on Mondays and Wednesdays, weather permitting, and we always go out for funding. Currently, we've submitted applications to CDBG, and in the past, CDBG has given us some funds for some of our ULV machines. We currently are working with a software company called Juno in the GPS and GIS record keeping. We're also updating our website to reflect more of the Zika. This is the current workload that our staff has, and we involve a lot of partnership. If you looked, the latest report we had to date, we had gone to 12 mosquito complaints of that week that I got. But I have 2 full-time staff that do mosquito control. They do attend to mosquito and bee calls, and we have 8 machines. Why 8 machines and 2 staff? Whenever we need to, we move our staff over from health inspections and ordinance enforcement. We switch them over to mosquito spraying activities. And in the health department, they're very dynamic. Also, our mosquito calls on average make up about 6% of our total call volume. The photos here, really I want to show is we do a lot of outreach. We want to invite the public that we have a SWAT team of our own. In this case, we encourage kids to don't let the mosquito go, have your parents kill the mosquito, bar none. And for kids, we have coloring books also explaining the importance of mosquito control. I also want to highlight that we participate with the hospitals, and the photo on the bottom right, that's Dr. Wells, our health authority. And every other year, we do presentations with local doctors over tropical medicine, and so that we can update and keep them informed on what's going on with the mosquito-borne diseases. As Dr. Wells is another part of the team, anytime we have questions related to health, we contact him. He's been with the city over 30 years as our health authority. He works in an unpaid capacity, but in the past, he's helped us through the H1N1, the past dengue outbreaks in 2005 and 2009. He also serves on our shelter board, and he also assists us with any food outbreak investigations. Most of those cases, human cases, we pass on to the county. as they're the ones that have the epidemiologist. Just a real quick photo, a snapshot of what it takes to get a mosquito from Brownsville to Austin alive. We have to package it, prep it. The little far picture on the far right top, we have to feed the mosquitoes, and we feed them sugar water so that they can get to Austin alive. We have to make sure that they stay cool so that when they get to Austin, the laboratory in Austin can take the sample, a live sample mosquito, so that they can test their blood. So it sounds easy, but trying to coordinate all those events is really a process in itself. Just real quick, going about the GIS mapping, the weather is really important. So the activities that go on every day always have to fall back on good logistical support. We have to make sure that we have the right formulary or chemicals, and that the weather will cooperate with us. If the weather does not cooperate for us, and it's too windy, for example, we won't spray for mosquitoes due to wind conditions. After all the work is done, we always come back in the photo on the bottom right, and we again set up traps for mosquitoes to see if we were effective in the work that we did. In conclusion, I want to end by saying Zika has captivated a lot of people with its potential. But at the end, if you take the 4 Ds and you protect yourself, we can minimize the threat of Zika to our loved ones. And that is to protect yourself, especially at dusk or at dawn, to dress appropriately, which is dress children in clothing that covers arms and legs, apply insect repellent to children, but not babies younger than 2 months, that contains DEET. And then if you have any containers around your household, drain them. I cannot overemphasize that. Most people think the mosquitoes come from somewhere else. Most mosquitoes come from within a quarter of a mile to half a mile. So they're breeding somewhere in the backyard, very close to home. And also the EPA always tells us follow the label. Don't try and use an insect repellent in ways that is not recommended. I want to end this just by emphasizing to the public the 4 Ds. And as we go into the summer months, you'll see a bigger presence from the health department on this topic.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
I
go
have a
ahead.
quick question. A lot of people, like myself, if we have standing water in our yard or whatnot, we'll go and buy something or do that versus calling the city. Is there anything that you recommend to these people? Let's say it rains and you've got a puddle. Is there Clorox that you can put in the water? Do you have any advice for people at home who, you know, are proactive and would like to spray something in their yard versus relying on the city?
Absolutely. So one of our services is if people have standing water or if their drainage ditches have not drained properly, to call the city at 546-HELP. Our vector control team will go out there actually and do an application of what it is that's needed. We handle every drain location differently. In some cases, we put some long-term tablets in the water. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we put some short-term, what we call donuts in it. We also have another tool that we insert a long rod, and it sends a sound wave, and it shocks the mosquito eggshells, cracking the eggshell. So we have some capacity to go out to the homes and basically abate the issue. But if someone wants to go out there on their own and purchase something, there are over-the-counter products that are available. We call them mosquito donuts for a lack of a better word, because it's easier to remember. But the public can call us at 546-HELP if they have any questions.
Got it.
Arturo, how much longer until this information is available on our website?
We actually had it up, but when we checked it, the state changed the link, so tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Ma'am, that way you can, I know you were taking pictures through the whole meeting, but you'll be able to get it as of tomorrow on our website. That way you don't have to crop or anything on your pictures.
And it'll be Zika virus will be one of the websites, but we'll update it, and it'll be updated by tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Art, for a great presentation. This is the handout that Suclinica has chosen at all its sites to hand out. It's very clear, it's not frightening, and it's very straightforward. There's many handouts. This is one example of a very good one. You know, this is just one, Zika is just one more reason not to let yourself get bitten by a mosquito or any of the people that you love. There are a whole lot more frequent and real diseases that Art has mentioned some, including dengue and the one that I can't pronounce.
Chikungunya.
That one. So rather than focusing on Zika, my message to the community is to focus on not allowing standing water in your backyards, and don't forget to put mosquito repellent on your children and dress appropriately, because there are many things that can happen to you and your family from letting yourselves get bitten by mosquitoes. And I hope we can maybe design maybe a PSA or some kind of program on COB-TV that talks about preventing mosquitoes for all of the reasons, including Zika.
Thank you again, Art. Oh.
Thank you. Depending on the species, but some of them can be as soon as 72 hours, but most, a rule of thumb is usually 5 to 7 days. Yeah, they go through stages, the egg, the larva, the pupae, and then the adult stage. So, but most of our activities occur when they're in the larvae stage. You see us most active when we think the mosquito is still breeding in the water or developing in the water, and that's where most of our activities occur, because once it's out in the air, it's already having an impact.
Arturo, so when my mom asked me to put out the buckets to get the rainwater for her plants, 72 hours to get them out within 72 hours or what?
Actually, if to your question, there are some chemicals that are available that they can pour out there that's harmless to plants and animals. It kills the mosquito, but it leaves the rest of the pets alone.
Because it rains, you saca los juguetes, so we got to.
It does happen, yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Don't embarrass
Presentate-
your mom. Sorry.
Presentations, Brownsville Convention and Visitors Bureau.
See beams somewhere?
Well, now they have those rain barrels, right? They're cool. You attach them to a gutter. Fill up.
El Catrín. Welcome back, brother.
Thank you. First of all, I told my wife the other day that I wore my little caddy hat before to look cool, and now I wear it because I'm always cold. But City Commissioners, Mayor,
Welcome.
Mariano Ayala, Bean Ayala from the your Brownsville Convention Visitors Bureau, Pete Gonzalez, welcome back. Missed you. I'm here to give you an annual report and a first quarter report. A lot of this data you've seen is very consistent throughout the year, so I'm not going to go over it, and you have the presentation available at any time. But just to let the general public know that the Brownsville Convention Visitors Bureau emphasizes where the fiesta never ends is a state of mind, an attitude that prevails in Brownsville, the whole city. Your daughter's quinceañera, a Sunday afternoon barbecue, getting ready for the Cowboys or the Texans, and the piñata party for your child's birthday. It's Char Day, Sombrero Fest, Mr. Amigo, Air Fiesta, the Latin Jazz Fest, kayak races, Ciclovia, Zufari, and more. It's what we do here in the city of Brownsville every day. Life is good here. Why not have fun living it? An attitude that spills over to our visitors, because when they come down, they leave and they go, Brownsville is one of the most friendliest cities I've ever been to. And when they say it with a smile, sincerely. Felix, help me out here. Thank you.
You want to come on absence? I'll go with you.
So I'm just going to go over the name of the board of directors at that time, because I think it's only fair for people that give of their time should be recognized. Mr. Danny Loft was chairman, Joe Kenny vice chairman, Julio Graña, hotelier treasurer, Jonathan Gracia was secretary, Mr. Rick Armendariz board member, Frank Becerra was a hotelier board member, Ms. Carol McNair Gamanthor, Mrs. Maribel Guerrero, Ms. Mari Carmen Ansaldúa, Dr. Anthony Knapp, Mr. William Garza, and our board liaison from the city is Commissioner John Villarreal. With me is my administrative assistant, manager, Mr. Felix Espinosa, and I've already told you who I am. Go ahead. Some of the highlights for 2014, 2015, we have what we call National Tourism Week. We invite all our partners to join with us and show off their museum, show off what they offer to the general public, and it's very enlightening because people that aren't aware of what goes on, get to learn about their agencies. We also had what we call a small shop fair, first time ever, where 16 businesses registered with American Express. We had a fair, and these 16 businesses were very excited because they were able to show who they are to the general public, and the Brownsville Chamber of Commerce was very helpful with this event as well. We had what we call the longest yard sale. We had a small businesswoman that approached us because she had seen this in other states, where she wants to have a yard sale starting in Brownsville on Military Highway and go all the way to Mission. Well, guess what? We started it, and she was able to do that. And it wasn't completely full with yard sales, but it's the beginning. And people that travel want to go to these yard sales. That's going to bring in tourism. Community involvement. As you all know, there's probably not an agency I haven't helped in Brownsville, and I do it because I love my city. And these are only a few: Chardays, Baile de Sol, the Chamber of Commerce, Chardays Mixer, Sombrero Fest, the Beard Posse, Kayak Races, Ciclovia, Holiday Village, and Air Fiesta. And if you look at the picture, you see the Charro and the China. Very popular. Everybody wants to take a picture with them. Very famous. Brownsville's very famous for that. Our advertising, well, we do so many magazines. Here's a couple of examples. In one of them, we had an editorial, the new Tourist Information Center located in the Media Culture District. It's a red brick building, the Scale House. We emphasize the Media Culture District because we have 11 partners, and we're always emphasizing for people to go and visit them. Next page. These are some of the ads that we put in Texas Monthly, Texas Highways, et cetera, et cetera. And out of these, we get leads, and I'll explain what we do with those leads in a minute. Same thing with the marketing, our brochures, and all these are available on the Frontage Road and at the Scale House. If someone from the city would like to go and pick up one of these brochures, they're your brochures, and it tells you what we have to offer, and they work. Same thing with our official visitor's guide. We print 60,000. We put 50 in English and 10,000 in Spanish. And we distribute them all over chambers, hotels, RV parks. We were able to get a partner from South Padre Island because this person had traveled to Arkansas. On his way in back to Texas, he stopped at one of the state centers or Texas Information Centers like the one in Harlingen, and he was surprised to have seen a Brownsville visitor's guide there. And when he looked at it, he looked to see who was in it. He saw hotels and businesses, agencies. So a month later, or 2 months later, he went to Louisiana, and his way back into Texas, he stopped in Orange, Texas at the CV Chamber, and he saw our visitor's guide again, and he says, wow, these guys are everywhere, and he saw how much we were promoting, that now he's one of our partners. So it works, and the beauty of it is that we're able to promote Brownsville throughout the state and a lot of other states. I'm not one of those that likes to tap myself on the back. I'd rather do it for my staff or whatever, but I'm going to bring up Mr. Eric Silva. He's in charge of our internet, our web page, and if you notice the picture, Worldwide Excellence. He was one of 22 persons invited to this conference, and he was the only high school student, only student from the U.S. and Canada that was invited, and I want him just to explain a little bit how important this conference was. Eric?
Thank you. So basically, the company is called Blackboard. So they're an educational technology company that provides technology for higher ed, K-12, all around the world. So I was invited to participate in this program. So I was very excited, even as the only student, but to be with a lot of other elite people in that group was very exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you notice the picture on the left, and like I say, it's kind of embarrassing to say this, but people say sometimes you have to do it. We were able to hold the Texas Police Athletic Federation, or the Texas Police Olympics, once again in Brownsville, the third time in 12 years, which is unheard of, because they love 1,200 to 1,400 law enforcement throughout the state come to Brownsville because they love what we've done for them and what have you, that they inducted me into their Hall of Fame. So now I'm officially a Hall of Famer, I guess. So thank you. Now here's the meat of everything. Our webpage, because of Mr. Eric Silva here, It went up 48% from fiscal year 2014 to fiscal year 2015. We have 278,000 hits. By country, United States 102, Mexico 4,200, and Canada 1,100. States, Texas 82,900. Someone says, ooh, it's only Texas. Well, those are the people that can drive to Brownsville, fly to Brownsville within an hour, so that's beautiful. California 2,400, Illinois 1,200. A few years ago, we started a local awareness program called the Brownsville Tourist Ambassador Program because a lot of people in Brownsville did not know what our lovely city had to offer. And look at the hits we get now. 26,000 hits from Brownsville, Houston 18,000, and Austin 4,900. Our webpage is working. I love it. Web analytics for digital marketing. What we've done, our search engine, 53,000 hit ads delivered. Retargeting. People go, what is retargeting? This is what you're gonna love. Y'all know, y'all been victims or benefit from this. 1,074,954 retargeting. That means if I go to one of my hotels, I'm not gonna say which one, I love them all, but I go to this one hotel the first time I open up the webpage, then I go to a sports store, here comes the ad for that hotel. And then I go to a department store, there's the ad and the department store. Those are retargeting. So that means that ad keeps hitting, and that happened 1 million times. So it's working. Monthly newsletter. We have an email marketing that we put out. We put out 250,000 emails. So I'm very excited. We're trying to get out there with social media and what have you. People, ladies and gentlemen, please go to our webpage. If you want to know what's happening in Brownsville, we have at least 85 to 90% of the happenings in Brownsville on our webpage because we have our partners that send us what's going to happen at their agency, their museums, and what have you. We also have a webpage, a mobile, excuse me. I don't know what I did with my phone, but anyway. We have a mobile webpage. So if you want to have it in your hands, if you want to say what's going on in the zoo, you go to our webpage on your phone, hit zoo, and it'll put the calendar events of the zoo for whatever, for upcoming events. That's what our webpage does. And we won an award several years for that. Our newsletter, self-explanatory. Walk-ins, that's mean people that walk into the visitor center. You have 5,800 that walked in, and the formula that the TACB uses, that could bring in $3 million. That's if they shop, stay, and eat. So how do you prove that? It's real hard, but it could bring in $3 million. Bulk mail, here's the beauty of this one. The bulk mail is what we send out from Texas Monthly, Texas Highway. Someone from New York City says, and I've gotten these calls, hello, I want a brochure. I saw your ad in the Texas Monthly or Texas Highway, I want a brochure. We get their names and we send it directly to their house. So they get it in their hands. And it went up from 18,000 in 2013, 2014 to 23,000. And this is direct mail, a 23% increase. Trade shows, well, we do RV parks, Team Texas, Texas police games, et cetera, something you all are pretty aware with. Same thing with fam tours. Fam tours are riders that come into your city and familiarize themselves with your city, what it has to offer. And these are some of the people that came to Brownsville, and we treated them, drove them around, and they wrote articles on our city. And I love the one, Rolf Holmgren from Sweden. Renee, the executive director of the Brownsville Fine Arts Museum, totally flipped out when he read it in Swedish. How did y'all manage this? So it works. Sporting events. Texas police games brought in about 670,000. Texas Little Miss Kickball, about 577,000. Total income impact, 1,250,000. People say, why do you do sports? The reason we do sports, if a tournament is held at the sports park, for example, the state regional tournament that was held last week, we had teams from San Antonio, Austin, El Paso, here in Brownsville. About 6 years ago, athletic director Chavez, sports director Tuffy Martinez, and myself, we solicited the regional soccer tournament for the first time to come, leave San Antonio and come to the Valley. And we were the ones that were able to win the bid, and they came back again. How much do you think those people left over the weekend? And not only that, they came to Brownsville to play our teams. Now they want to play the best, and they have to come to Brownsville. So sporting events is very good for our city. Hotel performance, self-explanatory, same thing with hotel performance. I want to get to the meat because I know it's a long evening.
And the Spurs are playing.
So, right there. Here's a calendar year performance for the last 4 years from the State Comptroller's Office. Texas Hotel Performance Fact Book Source Strategies. In 2012, state collected $21 million from Brownsville. 2013, $23 million. 2014, $24 million, and this past year, $25 million. Our hotels are doing pretty good. We have a couple of board members that are hoteliers, and several times in the last couple of years, they said their hotels have been full consistently. And it's not, we do a lot of advertising, marketing, but I swear I believe it's the attitude of the people that keep bringing these people back. Our first quarter, wait, any questions for the annual report?
Just to add to those figures, Bean, we didn't get rid of, but we demolished, or the owner demolished one of the biggest hotels in Brownsville, and yet our numbers are better. So that says a lot about you and the board about doing the right thing. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. And I am going to bring that up in a minute with the first quarter report. A couple of different board members. We have Mr. Greg Grove, Vice Chairman, Alejandrina Betancourt, Treasurer, and she's a hotelier. And then Mr. Jose Zapata, a banker. They're the only different board members. Website analytics, United States, first quarter we already had 28,000 hits, and with 2,000 coming from Mexico. Texas is still leading as far as hits with 23,000, and California is still second with 689. Brownsville is still the #1 city with 8,400, and Houston is still the number 2 city with 5,000. But now, instead of Austin being number 3, Dallas is on the 3rd place with 1,331 hits. Walk-ins so far, our top 3 states are Texas, Illinois, and Minnesota with 1,100 people walking in. Bulk mail, we've already sent out 7,469 mail outs directly to people's homes. Trade shows, we've done USSSA, which stands for United States Specialty Sports Association Regional Summit. We've gone to the Sports Congress, Texas Amateur Athletic Federation Annual Conference, and Sports Relationship Conference. Mr. Carlos Hernandez, can you please come up here, sir? You were talking about the demolished, our only full-service hotel was demolished. And at that time, we had the Texas State Crime Stoppers Conference coming for the first time to Brownsville. What we did, we partner up with our partners. We call the Midi-Culture District. We call the zoo, and Pat, stand up, Pat. Your people at the zoo are doing a great job. Pat Birchfield, the director of the zoo, give him a hand, please. Great job. We partner with the zoo. We use their educational rooms. We use their meeting room, and we fed them, and they put a discount ticket for the out-of-town visitors. We use Camille Playhouse. We use the city partner up with us with the Dean Porter Park Pavilion. It was a win-win. And Carlos, would you like to explain how you got into this picture? Mr. Carlos Hernandez, please.
I'll be as brief as possible. Mayor, City Commissioners, my name is Carlos Hernandez. Basically, what I can do is add to the outstanding performance of the CVB. In fact, they were humble enough not to bring the appreciation plaque that was sent down through the governor's office for their outstanding service at our conference. And this says, through the attendees and the governor's staff, it was found out that this is the first time that a CVB participates 100% from day one, which was the early registration, all the way through closing ceremonies, they found that as a very rare and oddity because never before they had a participation like that from a CVB. So that was one thing that the staff and Mr. Ayala did not mention. The other thing is that the mold was broken for the first time from the rhetoric, one building all the time. They took the risk with us. We figured crash and burn, we'll crash and burn together. So we kind of took that, and it was very successful. Currently, we are penciled in for the year 2018. Hopefully all of you are still around by the year 2018, Charlie, so we can partner up as we have before. The only thing that we are waiting to hear, sir?
Living and working here.
So working here. You don't have to be alive, you just work here. The only thing that's withholding us from being on actual ink is, of course, a vote by our board and also coming back with talks with city manager's office and the CVB and other of its partners. The only other thing that I can mention to you is that the council members, which is similar to what the mayor and commissioners represent, were very, very thrilled and were very just set back by the hospitality they received. Everybody's, you know, the hotels, everybody played a major part. They were very, very satisfied. It was barely a day and a half they had been here, and they were already talking about coming back. So that's a big plus, I think. And I think that the major players it was my first rodeo. I don't know about them, but I think we did fairly well, and it was impressive enough that we're trying to see about bringing other conferences and meeting places to Brownsville so we can showcase our city. And last, I will close, and I'm going to get a commercial in for myself on this one. This is something that we're doing here recently to continue with the partnership with the CVB. That is a awareness fair. I know that the big push for promoting healthy communities is real big. So we're trying to promote is safe cities. Safe cities, safe communities, because we saw the link is because a lot of people during our conference, some of them originally were hesitant in coming down because of the violence being reported. So once they came down and they saw that it wasn't true, a lot of the word spread back out. So now we're trying to promote the safe communities and also promote all the nonprofits and private businesses that offer social services to help people who are more in need, that may be in duress, victims of crimes, because it's all related to our economy. So in helping the economy, hopefully it's a food chain and we can all gather something from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos.
And the reason I wanted Mr. Hernandez to come up because he was one of those citizens that wasn't sure exactly what our role was in the city. So he came, he asked questions, he says, I want to try to bring this conference. So our staff got together with him. We came up with a proposal, and we were able to win the state conference bid for the first time, and now they're thinking of coming back. That's why I wanted him to come and speak to you all, because I want the citizens of Brownsville to please feel free to come to us, help us bring conferences and conventions to Brownsville. Without you, it'll be real hard. So the next page is where we show the staff recognition by the state governor's office. Mr. Felix Espinosa did 85% of the work. He's my go-getter. He's a hard worker, and I want to recognize Mr. Espinosa. He did a great job. And I just want to say that, believe it or not, I was nervous. I never get nervous, but it's been a while since I've been up here. I think I spoke real fast. My mouth was pretty dry, but you know what? I love it. I love this city. I love where the city is going. The animal, the spirit is there. The businesses are coming. People are coming down. And it's not by pure luck. It's because we're working at it. And you all are leading the way. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Okay, and thank you, Bean. Bean, I may want to mention that I think it's next weekend, Charlie, that the Western Athletic Conference has their tennis tournament here. So I invite you, everyone here, to.
You ready?
All those tennis people that love tennis, be sure and go out there and look at them. and make sure that we use the hospitality that you always, you know, extend to them, so.
Yes, sir.
Get ready.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 5, consent agenda items, items A and C, A through C.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Boards and commissions, item number 6, consideration and action to fill 2 vacancies to the Brownsville Public Library System Advisory Board by appointment or reappointment.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Commission. The Brownsville Public Library System has 2 vacancies. We have 3 applicants. The first one is Ms. Rose Lehman, who has served previously. And the other 2 applicants are Ms. Emma Rios, who took the liberty of going to the library and I gave her a tour, and Mr. Alexander Gagnon. So I would like to see who you would like to recommend.
I recommend Ms. Rose Lehman. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. There's another appointment?
One more. It's either Ms. Emma Rios or Ms. Alexander Gagnon.
I nominate Mr. Alexander Couture Gagnon. He's actually very interesting if you look at the application. He's a professor at UTRGV and from Canada, so he's more than qualified.
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Thank
carries.
you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, boards and commissions, consideration and action to appoint 7 members and 2 city staff members to the Main Street Advisory Board.
City Manager, on the 2 appointees from the city, are you going to appoint those, or are you going to recommend, or do we?
They'll be placed on the presentation. They will
Okay,
have the
sorry,
names
okay.
for your.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commission. I'm here tonight to kindly ask for the appointment of the Main Street Advisory Board. As you may recall, on March 15th of this year, ordinance number 2016-1613 was passed to allow for the establishment of the Main Street Advisory Board. This board will be responsible for the structure and guidelines that will determine the future development of downtown Brownsville. The board has to be comprised of 9 members, 7 of which need to be community members who are either downtown business or property owners, supporters of downtown redevelopment, or are knowledgeable about economic development, historic preservation, or any other disciplines important to the overall purpose of Main Street. The 2 city employees should be from the Planning Division and the Office of Grant Management and Community Development. The applications were opened on March 16th and closed April 1st. We received 15 applications, which were reviewed by the Planning Division's Director of Operations, Assistant Director of Operations, and myself, Main Street Manager. Because Main Street is a downtown initiative, it is ideal that the majority of the board be comprised of downtown business owners. And we do have some recommendations. However, all the applicants were named. Here you go. They're on the slide, and so you may choose any of the applicants on this slide.
I'm going to move for Mr. Marco Ochoa. He's an outstanding young man. He's a recent graduate. He's got a business downtown, and he really wants to get involved.
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move to appoint Ed Hernandez.
I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'd
I'll
like to-
Go ahead.
I'd like to motion to appoint Luis Urquieta.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I nominate Mr. Larry Holtzman.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I nominate the other Larry Jokel.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. How many do we have now?
You need 2 more.
We need 2 more.
I'll nominate, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would nominate Avi Schwartz.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Mayor?
How about Ed Saganowitz?
I was gonna go with that one.
Oh,
Second,
okay.
yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. You got your 7.
Great. And the recommendations for the city employees are our senior planner, Ana Hernandez, and grant manager, Sarah Deerlam.
Do we have to
Do
vote
we
on
need
these
to
two?
approve?
No, if you just move approve recommendations.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. You now have your 9 members. Thank you so
Great,
much.
thank
Good
you
luck.
so much.
Okay, item number 8.
Public hearings. Public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-004-S to allow a mobile vendor food court in a general retail H for .279 acres for lots 1 and 2, Block 84, Browns Original Town Site located at 804 East Adams Street.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. I'm very excited to bring these next 2 items for you. So we passed the food truck ordinance, food truck park ordinance. There has been some applicants. We put a internal review process together because the city manager has the authority to limit the amount of permits. So we really wanted to choose the best parks. So anyway, so this is one of these parks. And you can, we put in a scoring criteria, and this one scored above a 90. The requirement was to score above a 90. And we, by the way, the ones that are not here before you, we have given them a chance to come back and address all these comments. So anyway, so this is a park located downtown on 9th and Adams, a block away from Washington Park, and this is the site plan. We presented it to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they unanimously voted to approve. And we ask for your approval tonight. I'll entertain any questions, and it is a public hearing.
How many units is he gonna have in it?
As long as they're following the rules, they can continue to have the food truck park.
No, are you asking how many trucks?
How many trucks?
He's
Oh,
asking how
I'm
many
sorry.
trucks.
I heard how many years. I think this is about 9. 9 to, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, sorry.
And where is it again? Oh, I'm
9th
sorry,
and
sorry.
Adams. So,
Oh, I see, okay.
yeah.
Ramiro, I don't recall if we, in the previous meetings where we've talked about food trucks, if we set a limit on parks. So if we if we approve this, are the other ones out? Or they're
No,
still-
you did not set a limit on parks. The ordinance specifically says that it actually gave the city manager the authority to select the amount of permits that would be given.
Okay.
So therefore, that's why we created an internal process to review these applications. And we had 7 people review them, and all in different departments, so that they could, we could get an unbiased score. And so that's what's happened. And we're bringing the two that have scored above a 90 before you. All the other ones that did not score above a 90 have the right to come and address all the comments. We have given them comments back, and so that's why these 2 are here. There was 4 presented at P&Z, 2 did not meet the correct scores, and 2 did. So that's why these are here.
Okay, this is public hearing. Anyone else? If not, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Close?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Would approve?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item number 9, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-006-S to allow a mobile food court in general retail X for 1.01 acres for Lot 5, Block 1 of Star Acres located at 6305 Paredes Line.
This is another food truck park, and this is also scored above a 90. Also went before P&Z. They looked at the site plan. They approved the site plan. This is the location. It's right off Paredes and Dennett Road, and the food truck park is towards the end of that property. Their proposal did they did go out and talk to the community. They really want to play off the trail, the proximity to the trail. They're going to have a lot of bike events and that kind of stuff. So that I think that was a very positive application. Like I said, P&Z recommended approval, and we asked for your approval tonight. And I'll entertain any questions.
Okay, any public hearing? Any public comment? Now I'll entertain a motion to close.
Motion to close?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
You present together.
Do I hear a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
This is over there towards the Titan building, right?
Yes,
On the left, before Titan.
yeah.
And by the way, the Titan building is full up, just in case you all want to know. We got that notice today at the VEDC, so that's
Yes.
great work, guys. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item number 10, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-008-CO to rezone from dwelling G to general retail G for lot 23, block 28 of El Valle Grande subdivision, section 3, located at 2600 West Alton Galore. And I believe the presentation is for the remaining, for item number 11, 12, I believe 13. So the presentation will be for that, but we'll take it in each individual public hearing.
So, Mayor, City Commission, this is a group of properties located off of West Alton Glore. The applicant is requesting, it's currently zoned dwelling, the applicant is requesting a change to fourth commercial. And these are the uses allowed in fourth commercial. As you can see, these are the properties that have requested and have paid the fee to change the zoning. This is the future land use plan, which is in concurrence with the 4C use. And as you can see, this is an aerial of those properties. This is right across the street from Montebella Park. Staff supported this application. We did support it with a conditional overlay to prohibit multifamily uses and single-family uses. And also P&Z supported this application, and we ask for your approval tonight.
What are some of the possible uses?
You went through it like in a second, didn't?
I'm sorry. Fourth commercial is your general retail, so Starbucks. I mean, any type of food establishment, any type of doctor's office, anything. Primarily, anything we see, out in front of us on a daily basis, is usually a fourth commercial category.
Can you go back to the bird's eye view of the actual?
That one?
Yeah, what's there in the middle of the red squares?
In the middle of the red squares is.
There's a dwelling right in the middle, isn't
Is there a house?
Yes, there are homes. There are two homes. So the story about this property is these properties were developed as part of the subdivision behind you. You see the properties in that area, and I'll click back to that one. It did have a restriction, a non-commercial restriction. Michelle Sanchez, represents the group. She is here. They did go through all the procedures. It is in our file. They did record it with the county to remove that restriction.
This is not our first rodeo. We've been through this before.
Yes, sir. But the last time they hadn't removed that restriction. So they came back with.
That was a Simmons restriction.
That was Mr. Simmons' restriction, yes, or the development
But yet,
restriction.
if I recall correctly, we denied those people. Correct?
I believe you
Because
denied
of
them
the-
based on the fact that they had the restriction. So they went back, they did their work, they got about, I believe about over 100 signatures or over 90 signatures that they needed to remove that restriction. They have now removed that restriction, and therefore P&Z felt, Planning and Zoning felt that they could support it with the removal of that restriction. And the restriction, I mean the deed restriction.
And what happens to that family that is now going to be stuck in the middle? I'm guessing at one point somebody else, as they're mentioning, this has been before the commission. And my concern is now there's a house. So at one point we restrict other people, and then at one point 3 or 4 people come together, and now they're wanting a rezoning. So I'm still concerned about that house in the middle, because I mean, can you imagine you have a Starbucks, then you have a house and then a mortuary, like it was stated. So
I agree.
that's my only concern. I mean, I don't know if you've spoken to that family right in the middle of all these.
They did show up. They did speak against it. I don't know if they're here. It is a public hearing.
I hear someone back in the back.
I guess it's the,
All right, would you all please
Yes.
come up here?
So that we'll go ahead and, public hearing's open.
I mean, I just don't think that's fair to them.
I mean, it's a harsh situation because it's not fair to, I mean, the people at Rango Zone, but it's not fair to the gentleman who has a home in the middle.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Sí, mi nombre es Carlos Hinojosa,
Okay.
mi esposa Susana.
Susana Hinojosa.
Hello.
Pueden hablar en inglés o en español,
Sí.
estamos
Well,
iguales.
here we are again, as I hope you guys do remember us. We find ourselves in the middle of all this commotion happening around us. Of course, we deny it completely. It's our investment, it's our family, it's our well-being as well. I know they do have all of the paperwork, all of the restrictions have been lifted. They have signatures, all of the requirements that need to be made in order to convert these properties into commercial. However, we need to look at it also as what's right, what's right for us and for the community as well, not only for, when we bought this property, and I'm assuming when they bought this property, they knew, it was zoned to be commercial. I'm sorry, it was zoned to be residential when these properties were bought by them and from us. So I think it's only fair that if we build our home there, it should still stay residential as well. That is our point of view, and I hope you honor our initial request and back us up as you did approximately almost a year ago when we were here in this situation.
Has anybody tried to purchase your home, or has there been any negotiations with regard to that?
No, there isn't. We own the home, and then we bought the property, one of the properties next to our home, for our children. Yes, that's an investment for our children.
Sí, la razón que construimos ahí fue por la misma razón de que se nos negó la posibilidad de poner ahí un negocio a lo que yo me dedico, que es a la venta de autos usados. Entonces, yo sabiendo las cláusulas y lo que eran los impedimentos que permitían hacerlo comercial, como era también la recopilación del 70% de las firmas, me fue negada la rezonificación en aquel entonces por una persona que estaba encargada antes en ese departamento, sin hablar de nombres, ¿verdad? Claro está, esta persona pues no está más en ese puesto, más después con el tiempo me dijo que pues se podía, al modo que él sabía cómo hacerlo, ¿verdad? Entonces, no quiero ofender a nadie, no quiero leer esto que yo traigo aquí tampoco, pero a grandes rasgos es así como sucedieron las cosas. No ha sido tampoco la intención de nosotros comprar los terrenos para luego venderlos, sabiendo que de antemano cuando nosotros empezamos ahí a vivir hace más o menos como unos 12 años, 12 años más o menos, los terrenos ahí valían $39,000. Entonces, si hubiéramos querido comprar para revender, lo hubiéramos hecho cuando se podía en aquel entonces. Ahorita, de momento, los terrenos comerciales ahí cerquitas no bajan de $130,000. Entonces, la razón se ve muy obvio que, habiendo terrenos comerciales disponibles, ¿por qué no invertir las personas que quieren invertir en esos terrenos que ya son comerciales y no llegar a la posibilidad de tener que venir ahora sí que acomodarnos a nosotros? Mi esposa cada que viene, pues es mucho estrés para ella, ¿verdad? Se ha enfermado a causa de estas meetings que pues no estamos acostumbrados a hablar ante público, ¿verdad? Sabemos de antemano que ustedes son un nuevo staff, ¿verdad? Y vemos el cambio que está surgiendo en nuestra ciudad de Brownsville. Lo vemos en las noticias, la gente que pues ha hecho las cosas mal y los han dado su castigo. Nosotros vemos gente, caras nuevas aquí, que es gente muy honesta. Y nos consta con sus hechos, ¿verdad? Que es gente que es imparcial, hace su trabajo y es parte de su trabajo y lo admiramos. Entonces ponemos en ustedes la decisión de que ustedes tomen la mejor decisión para nosotros, para la ciudad de Brownsville y que sea lo más justo. Por esta razón, pues yo les pido nada más que reflexionen, ¿verdad? Y que sean parejos, ¿verdad? En este caso, pues pedimos la negación de la rezonificación de estos terrenos, ¿verdad? Entonces, quisiera agregar también que yo no estoy en contra del desarrollo de nuestra ciudad de Brownsville, ¿verdad? Desarrollo económico. Y como empresario les digo que también estoy a favor de seguir contribuyendo con el desarrollo de nuestra ciudad y seguir el mismo objetivo, que es lo que buscamos nosotros todos, ¿verdad? Entonces, como un punto de referencia, en el lado del west side de la que es la avenida Alton Glore, hay muy pocos negocios, ¿verdad? Entonces, ahí se cuentan, con una mano se cuentan los negocios ahí, como lo es el Stripes, como lo es una guardería, como lo es
Una clínica de doctores también.
Está una clínica de doctores y está una placita comercial. Es todo lo que hay ahí en ese lado del West Side. En el lado enfrente, muy al principio, está una clínica de un doctor que hace no mucho tiempo lo puso, pero todo lo demás son viviendas. Y en el área enfrente de nuestros terrenos, pues es un área verde restringida, ¿verdad? Entonces, pues me parece muy mala zona como para hacer algo de negocio cuando sabemos que de antemano ya no hay más terrenos disponibles. Hay escuelas, está la escuela Manzano, está el bike trail allá enfrente de la escuela Manzano. Entonces, pues esa es nuestra propuesta, ¿verdad? Y pues dejamos en ustedes la decisión de esto y les agradecemos mucho su tiempo, ¿verdad? De antemano.
Disculpe, una pregunta.
Sí, señor.
¿La casa de ustedes es la que está al mero centro de los 4? ¿Esa es su casa y el solar de sus hijos?
Sí,
señor.
El que está en el mero centro de los cuadros rojos.
Sí,
Sí.
Okay. Ahí es donde vivimos, ahí tiene su casa. El terreno enseguida es el terreno que compramos con la misma finalidad de hacer en el futuro una casa para nuestros hijos.
Okay.
Entonces esa ha sido nuestra finalidad, ¿verdad? Pues dejamos en ustedes la decisión y la acataremos a como ustedes no lo impongan, ¿verdad? Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Okay.
Muy amable.
Nomás
Muchas
para
gracias.
Sí, señor.
darles ciertas opciones, ¿verdad? El voto va a ser de la comisión.
Sí, señor.
¿Cabe dentro de la discusión? Todavía tenemos que hablar. ¿Sí está el aplicante aquí de la esquina? ¿La persona que tiene el edificio de la esquina? Ok. Todavía vamos a tener ciertas... Vamos a escuchar a todos. ¿Cabe dentro de la discusión? ¿Cabe dentro de ustedes a llegar a un arreglo si les pedimos un specific use o están completamente opuestos a... Yo estaba pensando en los solares de afuera, quizá, los que están alejados de ustedes, para ¿verdad? Tratar de trabajar. ¿Están ustedes completamente opuestos o están dispuestos a que si nos dan un specific use con, por decir, con high fence, cosas así, ¿están dispuestos ustedes o están completamente pegados a que haya algo ahí?
Es como si yo estuviera en contra de eso, pues me estaría poniendo el desarrollo de nuestra ciudad, pero si fuéramos a una situación así como si fuera lo contrario, entonces yo estaría exigiendo mi derecho y la libertad de desarrollar ahí lo que más nos convenga.
Correcto.
Como pudiera ser otro lote de carros o un body shop o como, ¿verdad? Lo referente a lo que yo manejo, ¿verdad? Sí. O en todo caso, un restaurant bar que no hay ninguno por la zona y a la gente le encantaría tener uno cerca, digamos algo muy fuera de lo común, ¿verdad? Pero digamos ya sería algo como yo decir, bueno, denos la oportunidad a nosotros también de poner lo que más nos plazca, ¿verdad?
Correcto.
Entonces si yo quisiera en ese caso pues que fuera imparcial la decisión de ustedes, ¿verdad?
Pero sí, o sea, ya hablando en esos términos, sí hay dentro, sí hay rumbo para discusión, ¿no?
Nosotros nos oponemos rotundamente.
En la inversión de sus hijos, o sea,
la
el solar
inversión de nuestra casa, la inversión que va a quedar para nuestros hijos la queremos proteger. Correcto. La inversión de nuestra casa en nuestro caso es valuada $223,000, lo que vale nuestra casa, y el terreno de adjunto que nos costó $79,000. La pregunta sería, ¿quién estaría dispuesto a comprar un terreno ahí adjunto al nuestro y construir una casa? Aquí el más afectado en esto, el que más tiene que perder en este caso, pues somos nosotros, correcto, nuestra familia, ¿verdad? Correcto. Entonces esa sería la razón por las cuales exigimos que pues reflexionen, analicen muy bien la situación y la decisión que van a tomar, ¿verdad? Que sí, sea imparcial, que sea...
La razón por la que le hago esa pregunta es porque vamos a continuar con discusiones. Gracias. Y me gustaría que estén ustedes, ¿verdad?, atentos a saber de que existen posibilidades y quizás los podemos llamar otra vez para hacerles una pregunta.
Con todo gusto.
Gracias.
No, seguro que sí. Gracias a ustedes por su tiempo, señor.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a todos.
Mayor and Commissioners, if you like, I can read items 11, 12, and 13 together and be a public hearing that combines all those,
Okay.
if that's what you, okay. So we'll read item number 11, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-009-CO, and the rest as posted. Item number 12, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-011-CO, rest as posted. Item number 13, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-012-CO, as posted. Public hearing.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michelle Sanchez here on behalf of the applicants. We had originally had 5 lots in our group, but one lot was pulled at the P&Z meeting because there was a dispute as to the ownership of that lot between the gentleman that's here and his sister-in-law. He was married, apparently married to the sister as she died, and so there's a little conflict there, so we lost one lot that's been put on hold. Just to give you a little bit of history, basically, El Valle Grande subdivision number 3 was developed in 2002 by N.O. Simmons. The house on the corner, or the edifice on the corner, is the old sales office. It has no bathroom, no kitchen, no facilities. The owner is here. He's requesting the rezoning. Carnesi family lives in that white structure down in the corner, I believe. They sold the property to Simmons, and the agreement was to stair-step the development to protect their homestead. That was Carnesi that died, the young gentleman that owned the communications company. At any rate, so they made the first set of lots there residential only, then there was like 2 multifamily lots, and then everything else is commercial. Back then, Alton Glore was a 2-lane road. It's now a state highway. Times have changed. There's a reason why all of those lots are undeveloped. Nobody wants to live there. The highest and best use for those lots is retail or commercial, so they can be developed and be productive. Mr. Hinojosa himself, I understand, was here in the past to rezone the lot next to his house for a car lot, and it was denied, and that was back when he first bought in the early 2000s. That was a gentleman that was just speaking to you. So he had ideas of doing something different, and it was denied. I think the most telling point here is the fact that staff and P&Z put an overlay on this to not let it be used for residential or multifamily. Why did they make that recommendation? Because that's not a good use on Alton Glore. People cannot back out of their driveways on a state highway. They would have to put a circular drive in, and you have 2 more curb cuts. So we sympathize with Mr. Hinojosa. Times have changed. It's been 14 years since he built his house. These people cannot sell or do anything with their property. They're paying taxes, and they want the opportunity to use it for what it should be used for. Mr. Hinojosa still has a lot next door where he can go ahead and put his car lot if he wants to rezone his lot. We have one other lot that didn't join in because they wanted to see how it went before they paid the $500 application fee. And we've got another applicant or another party that's here that owns the multifamily that is interested in rezoning as well. So you've got basically 8 lots that are tied up. And we're just asking the commission do what's right for those eight owners and put the property to productive use, taxes and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Basilio Gomez, and I'm one of the owners, none of these lots that are being rezoned. I own, I own one that's on East, it's a multifamily. It's on the east side of those lots, and I'm here to ask your support. I think it's a good idea. I mean, we need the commercial area. I mean, and the fact is that Mr. Hinojosa, when he first bought the lots, you know, he tried to make them commercial. So, I mean, I don't have it commercial yet, but I would like to, in the future, maybe rezone it to commercial. I have a multifamily lot, and that is right next to these lots. So I'm here to ask your support. I think it's the best, use for it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Basilio.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, sir, commissioners, members of the House, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Doreen Cabo, and I'm one of the owners of the lots in question. I just want to add a little point. I'm not going to take your time because Michelle already said everything. I'm a mom. I have kids. I bought this lot in the hope that someday I'll be able to change it to commercial. When he bought the lot, he also had that in mind, but because he couldn't do it, so now he's saying, oh no, you can't have it at home. If I can't have it, you can't have it either. Look at Altinglo. 8 years ago when I moved to Brownsville, things have changed. A lot of things. Look at the railroad before Walmart. They took it off. It used to be a rumor. Oh, but now it's reality. Look at Morrison right there. Before, you can go from Morrison or Laredo Road to Home Depot. Is it Home Depot? Yes, Home Depot and Academy. But today, they already fixed that. By Lakeway, there's another construction going on. Everything on Altinglo is commercial. It's unfortunate that he got caught in the middle. But what about us? We also have families that we someday hope, to be able to provide for. I started having kids when I was 36. I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. Someday, I want them to go to college. I want to be able to have a kid like Eric, who just left some minutes ago. Send them through college, don't have to worry about student loan or anything. But how am I going to be able to do that? I don't have a means. I don't have a job. I have this license hanged somewhere in my house, on my wall or probably under my bed, picking dust. We pay taxes on the lot. We can't sell it. We can't use it. We have to pay for maintenance because you have to cut the grass. How long are we going to sit back, put our hands and watch? If this meeting ends today and they say, oh no, sorry, what would I do? I'll go back to my house, sit down, probably watch Netflix. How long am I going to do that? I have kids who have needs. My daughter was telling me when she was 4, I took her to school and then her teacher told me, oh, have a good day at work. And my daughter said, no, my mommy doesn't have a job. That's what my daughter told her teacher. On another occasion, my daughter told me, my 5-year-old, now she's 5, she told me, Mommy, I know other moms who have jobs. How come you don't have a job? Someday, I want my daughter to be able to be proud of their mom. I want to be able to provide for my kids. I want to be able to provide for myself. Don't have to depend on, oh, I want to buy my powder, my husband. I want to buy gas for my car, my husband. I'm tired of it. It's so unfortunate. I sympathize with them, but they also had intention. That's why they purchased this land. But because they couldn't, just as we are stuck with ours now, we cannot rezone it, we cannot sell it, we're just stuck with it. How long are we going to pay taxes on it forever? Of course, everybody has to pay tax. We pay maintenance, we can't sell it, nothing like that. So, at this point, I just don't want to take your time. I'm really emotional right now. I have to hold back my tears, but I just want you to consider us. Just the way they're saying, we also have stories to tell. If I start telling my stories, it's not going to... Probably when my kids, they go to college, I want to be that proud mom that when I open the magazine, like the newspaper, see my kids over there, proud mom, just like the city and everybody's proud of that young kid. That is what I pray someday, and God's willing, I'll have kids like that I will be proud of, and the city, the state will be proud of my kids too. How am I going to be able to achieve that? My desire. Some people, the American dream is to have fancy houses, beautiful cars, My American dream is someday to be able to pay my kids through tuition fee to college. Make them, I don't want them to start their lives with debt, student loan. Look at a lot of kids in Brownsville. They don't want to go to college, not because they are not smart enough to get to college. Because when they think about, oh, now I'm going to get a student loan, I'm going to pay, because pharmacy school, you're going to pay over $250,000 to go to pharmacy school. That's like $500,000, that's $500,000. Some people, their house is not even $250,000. My house is not $250,000. They'll be like, oh, that's like mortgage that I have to pay for 30 years. They don't want to go to school. But I don't want my kids to be in that kind of shoes. I don't want my 20 years from now, my son will be on the couch, Mommy, what's for dinner? No, dinner is for me and for your daddy. You need to go get a job. But hey, how are they going to get a job when they don't have, degrees or qualification to get them something that, is meaningful? I'm not disrespecting anybody who does, cashier job or whatever. I'm just saying what I desire. It's unfortunate that Mr. Inosa, for every change, just like in politics, every change doesn't pay everybody. There's someone that will be on the losing end and someone will be. And unfortunately, in this case, he's the one who is. But would everybody have to pay for it? We pay taxes. January, I was running around because I had to pay my taxes on the loan. Every month I have to pay to get the loan cut. And also, he set signatures. 10 years ago, when he got the signatures, he got 10 signatures 10 years ago. Now, 10 years after, we're getting almost 100 signatures. I was among the people who went door to door to get all the signatures. The neighbors were willing. They weren't on the Durex. They signed it willingly. They put their signatures. I'm like, ma'am and sir, please can I have your phone numbers in case the city wants to call you to confirm if, you put the signature down. They were, oh yes, they put the signature. They were excited. Some of them, they were talking, I gotta go. I have a lot of doors to knock at. That's how excited. Oh, what kind of business are you gonna come? Oh, your salon, beauty salon, daycare. They were asking us, they gave us 90-something signatures. 99 signatures to be precise. That's a huge, huge change from 10 years ago he's talking about. That's to show that people want this change. People want this change. We need this change. It's good for the owners. It's good for the city because it's more revenue for the city. And also employment. Of course, if I have my business and somebody else have it, we're going to employ 1 or 2 people to come and, you know what I mean, sir? So I don't want to take your time. Let me just end it right here. Please, Commission, I will plead with you. Look into this. Consider this application because we need it. It's like oxygen for me. I'm tired of sitting on my couch. I'm tired of, not having a job. So if I don't have a husband, what happens to me? I can't take care of myself. I have a license on the wall. My kids want to be, and one day I came, I said, Daniela, guess what? I'm a cupcake maker. My 5-year-old, she was like, I'm going to tell your teacher. I said, don't tell your teacher because guess what? The teachers know everything happening in your house. So I tell her, don't tell your teacher. So my point is, it's very unfortunate that he's in the middle. But every other person on that Alton Glow, every other 8 lots, everybody wants the same thing, only him. And he cannot hold us down. It's unfortunate that it happened. This is time for change and we want change. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez, Ramiro, what's this thing that they can't sell these lots? I'm hearing. I can't sell the lots. I can't sell
Commissioner
the
De
lots.
Leon, hold on, just to stand, we are in a public hearing, and again, I apologize for that, but yeah, we have to continue the public hearing.
Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Ambrosio Gonzalez. I own the first lot, the 23. It's like a house, but it was used by Casa Linda Homes. It's just offices inside. I'm paying, I guess, as much as Mr. Hinojosa's taxes I pay. I went to fight it. They don't want to lower the taxes because it's worth so much money because it's almost like commercial land.
It's corner lot.
The house right in the corner. So what do? I want to make it a commercial. I understand Mr. Hinojosa. He tried to make it commercial because there was a restriction before, but now there's no restriction. So if you guys can help us out.
You do have restrooms in the building, right?
Well, we have a restroom.
Okay.
Because it used to be offices for Casalina Homes. Well, it's not a house, it's only offices. It's to be Casalina Homes themselves. But now, I mean, I can't sell it. I mean, I know, I've been there for almost 5-6 years, so hopefully we can make it commercial. Thank you.
So you have a CO as a residence,
Well, it's a residential, but
but there's a business currently?
I used to use it for cable, but I guess somebody said I was working from there. So I had to move. I bought a warehouse over there by Wild Rose. I use it for like warehousing there. I keep a lot of stuff in there. So hopefully you guys can help us out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Buenas noches.
Buenas
Mi
noches.
nombre es Eva Ruiz. Hace 5 años nosotros nos venimos a arreglar aquí con la esperanza de invertir. Nosotros tuvimos la visión de que esa calle se podría hacer comercial porque la verdad, o sea, casi toda la Alton Glor es comercial. Tenemos negocio en Matamoros, pero pues realmente allá ahorita no podemos trabajar y nos venimos para acá para eso y nuestra intención ahí es poner una nevería, una refresquería, vendemos cosas naturales. Estuvimos preguntándoles a las colonias, a la colonia de atrás, levantando firmas. Ellos estuvieron de acuerdo, les dijimos qué tipo de negocios y todo. Mucha gente está de acuerdo en tener algo cerca. Aparte de que enfrente está un parque de bicicletas, entonces son cosas de dieta, cosas naturales que podemos proporcionarles y les quedaría cerca como para ir y comer algo natural. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Good afternoon.
You remember me, probably has happened the same thing when we came to the presentation. We wanted to do some apartments for the doctor's office that is right next door. It's a lot of houses. It's also in Alton Glor. I wanted to show you, I don't know if Ramiro, you can show where they did the new plaza, where they have, where they built a new plaza right there by Lakeway. Right there is a doctor office and a new plaza, and it's a house between those two, those two complexes. And you know, actually they learned to live with. They didn't complain. Everything is getting out to be commercial in Alton Glor. Everything is so many commercial properties on Alton Glor now that they are changing, and I think it's the way to go. I mean, it's a 4-way line, highway there that you can use it. I think really consider, think about it, what it's going to do for the city. A lot of the people out there are happy to have a business there. That way they don't have to travel that far. Now that they open the new Morrison Road that connects with the expressway, that will help to all this, to develop that part of town. And please consider us before you do anything.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Any other public comment?
Buenas noches, miembros comisionados. Como dijo la señora anteriormente, sí es tiempo de un cambio. Claro que sí. Y todo eso es para beneficio de la ciudad de Broadview. Que no me opongo absolutamente en nada de eso. Como dice ella, quiero yo progresar, pagar taxas, darle a la ciudad un crecimiento más, para que de esa manera la ciudad, nuestra hermosa ciudad sea más productiva. Como dice la señora, quiero un cambio, sí. Ahí en el Alton Glor, a un lado de la Tortillería Monterrey, a un lado del Stripes, y hay otro lado, hay 3 solares, que son ya comerciales. Yo creo que ellos ya investigaron y esos solares valen arriba de $100,000. ¿Para qué ir a una sección que son como de 8 a 9 solares que son residenciales, que la cláusula de la señora Carnesi lo dijo hace como más que iba a ser por por un tiempo indefinido. O no me opongo a que la ciudad de Brownsville crezca, que tenga negocios, que tenga lo que sea productivo para la ciudad. Ahora, a ellos les están específicamente pidiendo nada más para que se hagan plazas. Ahí existe ya unos apartamentos que son una sección de 3 y 3. Puede ser apartamentos también. Para que no se quejen ellos de decir que no se puede vivir ahí. Ahí se puede vivir también. No necesariamente tenemos que ser a lo que las personas, ellas están de que tienen su proyecto ya en firme, como ellos tienen un proyecto, decir, ok, yo quiero un proyecto porque yo quiero poner mi paletería, yo quiero poner mi daycare, yo quiero poner esto, yo quiero poner, ya tienen su proyecto. Ok, si ellos ya tienen su proyecto, entonces pueden buscar los solares que están vacíos para que de esa manera ellos puedan hacer y hacer crecer a la ciudad de Brownsville. No, eso no se les impide nada. Pero yo me opongo estrictamente a que esos solares que son del lote 23 al lote 28 se hagan comerciales. Estrictamente me opongo y también quiero agregar de que si le dan permiso a las señoras que hagan lo que ellas quieren hacer para su proyecto, para su beneficio, entonces va a salir también el señor Hinojosa que quiere poner su carro, su taller, ahora yo también voy a salir, ok, yo quiero poner un bar también ahí y quiero venir aquí con ustedes para que ustedes me autoricen también a poner un bar. ¿Cómo se va a mirar todo eso? Hay que respetar lo que la señora Carnice dejó dicho. Estoy bien nervioso, pero déjame agarrar un poquito de aire.
¿En su lote está vacío o tiene dwelling?
Tiene una casa también.
Tiene una casita atravesada, ¿verdad?
Exactamente.
Okay.
Me opongo estrictamente. Yo no quiero desincomodar a la gente que haga producción para que la ciudad de Brownsville produzca más empleos, más taxas, más esto y el otro, pero pues ahí están 2, 3 lotes ahí vacíos, pues vayan y cómprenlos.
¿Qué es el uso de la casa?
Ahorita la casa está sola. Porque anteriormente, desafortunadamente mi esposa falleció de cáncer, quería una casa ahí para los hijos también de nosotros, pero ahorita desafortunadamente no se puede. No se puede y yo en un futuro pues yo pienso hacer una casa también allí para ellos. Y no me voy a mirar bien con un bar, con un lote de carros, con algo así que esté a mi alrededor. Son nada más 6 solares o 7 solares que ellos quieren hacer comerciales.
¿Está dispuesto a, si no la está habitando ahorita, nomás un pensamiento, a poner así, si las hacemos comerciales, a venderla comercial?
No, para nada.
Okay.
Porque si me dan permiso a mí hacer algo, también van a hacer algo otras personas que yo quiero hacer esto y el otro. O si me dan permiso de hacer algo que yo sé en qué me puedo beneficiar también, como dice la señora, quiero que produzca, quiero esto y el otro y quiero lo mejor para mis hijos también. Pero pues yo hago otras cosas que no son plazas, que no son oficinas. Mi especialidad es algo más, pero pues ahorita desafortunadamente no puedo.
Y no hay mercado.
Pero si yo no le quito a la gente. Ahora el señor no sé de qué se queja, como que el señor está ahí como desde cuando la ciudad fue y le puso un sticker que no podía estar ahí, no podía estar su casa no podía ser su casa residencial a usarla como negocio. E incluso fueron y los de la Building Inspection le fueron y le dijeron varias veces, pero pues él no se casa como quiera y nadie hasta ahorita lo ha molestado. Él como quiera sigue ejerciendo el trabajo que él sabe hacer, que es tener su compañía de cable de Dish Network. Y todavía ves a las 7, 8 de la mañana, hay como 15 camionetas ahí. No nomás es bodega, él está ejerciendo como oficina y nadie lo ha molestado hasta el momento.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And excuse me porque I'm very nervous.
Don't you worry about a thing.
Very nervous.
No. Thank you for speaking up.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify one thing, Commissioners and Mayor. He's the gentleman that owns half the lot with his sister-in-law. It was Raquel and Annabelle. Annabelle died, that's her husband. Raquel is in favor of the rezoning, and he's not. So that blew up, that's what blew up at the P&Z meeting. So the other thing that I'm not real clear on, because my Spanish isn't that good, he said there's a house on it. I don't believe it's a vacant lot.
No, they have a dwelling. They have a small dwelling.
Is it a dwelling or a store, or
It's a
little
small
sto-
dwelling.
A storage?
Yeah, I've been to
unit?
the property.
For this gentleman? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This-
Thank you, I wasn't sure.
No, I've been dealing with Alton Glore and these for years, and I've been out to everybody's property when it comes
Right.
to things like this.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, Mike, now you had somebody, commissioner wanted to speak or something.
Yeah, we can just, what we can do is have that public hearing close, and then if there's a rebuttal, we can just open it back up. So.
Before you close, I'd like to say something. I'm one of the owners of this lot, and Mayor, you asked a very important question.
State your name for the record, please.
Sorry, I'm Clay Padgington. I'm the owner of one of those lots. And Mayor, you asked a very important question. You asked if anybody had asked to purchase their lots to get them out of the sort of situation they're in. Well, I may have a solution. I own some other lots in a residential area, and I would be happy if you guys would pass it to negotiate in good faith to get them out of their dilemma. We could potentially swap the lots that they own with some that I own. I think it would be a win for everybody, and I would be happy to do that.
Well, the only reason I ask that is because I happen to delve a lot into real estate, and sometimes things do change, but by the same token, I feel very, very strongly about when I purchased a lot and they purchased it knowing it was going to be residential, and I feel for that particular sentiment, and that's what I'm saying, is there, again, being a lawyer by trade, is there a mediation facilitator or compromise that can be reached so everybody gets their potential investment in and out of the process? So I don't know exactly where this is going, but I appreciate your making your comment, and maybe the commission would feel good about trying to table this thing and try to see if you guys can come up with something. My biggest deal is I would like to see everybody maximize their efforts in all different ways, whether it be retail, residential, or otherwise. And some people hold their dreams really close, and I've seen it all. Okay?
Mr. Hinojosa, ¿están dispuestos ustedes a tener una conversación con el señor que dice que él tiene varias propiedades alrededor de la ciudad y que está interesado en quizá ofrecerles a ustedes unas opciones por sus propiedades? Si les interesa, obviamente, él nomás quiere la opción de presentarles a ustedes las propiedades que él tiene y quizá si poder llegar a un acuerdo. Probably not.
No. I mean, it's.
If you rezone your other property to commercial, maybe, but if it's residential, pues he can only give you fair market value. I mean. No, ni nosotros lo vemos justo eso. O sea, no, pero es que no, o sea, es una, él quiere entrar a una discusión. Unfortunately, you're zone residential. Porque también pasa esto. O sea, queremos trabajar con usted, pero al mismo tiempo queda la opción de nosotros de decir, ¿sabes qué? Los aprobamos, ¿verdad? Y ya valió. Y va a tener usted alrededor de su casa, ¿verdad? Zonas comerciales, ¿verdad? O sea, es tan fácil así. O sea, yo nomás lo digo porque, o sea, usted está en su derecho, pero dice, bueno, pues me lo vas a pagar comercial. Oye, pues lo único que tiene que hacer este cuerpo es decir, se los vamos a aprobar. Y vas a tener alrededor de tu casa, de usted va a tener alrededor de su casa, va a tener zona comercial. O sea, a mí lo que me interesa es que puedan llegar a un diálogo y que puedan hablar.
Pero esa sería la opción que a mí me convendría más, ¿verdad? Si él estuviera dispuesto a pagar la cantidad que...
No creo que lo va a hacer.
Obviamente que no. Entonces, ellos están diciendo, bueno, cuando usted vino y hizo su casa, usted se lo negaron hace 15 años, no fue 15, fueron 12, pero las restricciones de los carnets, y hay una por 25 y una por 30 años. Yo no llevo más de ese tiempo viviendo ahí. Las restricciones ahí estaban, a mí me lo negaron en el comité del zoning en aquel entonces. No fue formal, por eso en los récords no va a aparecer. La persona que estaba ahí, el señor Balboa, él se negó a dárselo. Y dijo, ahora usted no vas a poder. ¿Por qué? Porque no se puede. Tienes una restricción y no se va a poder. Vas a llevar todas las cifras. Esas son las restricciones que existen. No lo vas a poder tomar nunca. Entonces,
Okay.
y esto de las cláusulas y las negaciones, que seamos correctos y todos sigan lo mismo. Entonces, ¿para qué yo invertí en ese mi casa aquí? Porque vamos a poner lo mismo. Yo invertí en ese mi casa, hice la compra de 2 contenedores enseguida y que sigue más.
Okay. Okay, all right. We can be here all night long, and I don't mean to hold anybody back. Podemos estar aquí toda la noche y para arriba y para abajo. I think it's time for, unless, Mike, you tell me that any other public comment?
You can move to close public
Commissioner,
hearing.
Move to close public.
Close public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And now we can, any questions for staff, we can.
Your question
Mr.
was?
Gonzalez, yes, one, well, I have a couple of questions. One, I mean, I don't know what's been worked out, but I'm pretty sure, I don't know if they've all come together. And honestly, I mean, we have a big group of people who want to rezone this. We have one gentleman who is stuck in the middle, basically. And I don't see if there's a way that they could come to a solution, because really, if you think about it, he would benefit if it is rezoned, because it would have a higher value. But of course, he has a dwelling there. So I mean, I don't know if anybody's approached them to try to maybe purchase, or like the other gentleman said, maybe they can swap. So I was wondering, Ramiro, if it would be possible, if you've actually sat down and tried to figure this out with a lot of the neighbors.
If that's the instruction of commission, then we will try to
Well,
get to a negotiation. But
Let me tell you what we have. We have the public hearing has been closed. Now, I think my Robert Rules of Order is, I entertain a motion to approve, and if nobody comes forth with a motion to approve, perhaps maybe you'll get your direction to go back and try again to see if there's some way these parties can come to a conclusion.
Do we motion to table, or we just
Move to
don't?
table.
I think
Well, you can do motion for
We're still
table,
open
or you,
we're open to discussion from the commission under Robert's rules.
Yes.
I mean, this is a time for us to rebuttal
I-
and give direction to staff.
yeah, but we're not gonna open up to the public.
No.
I mean, that's what I'm
if I may answer, Commissioner De Leon, your first question earlier, why doesn't it sell? I think the market is telling you that these properties are commercial. They're right now they're zone dwelling, so therefore they can only sell it for a residential neighborhood, a residential house. I don't think, we know Alton Glory has changed since the time that this was developed. It went to 4 lanes, it's a higher speed road. There's a lot of changes that have come around this neighborhood. And I think that's what the market is telling you. The market is saying, I believe a number was thrown out of 79,000. Well, they don't want to pay 79,000 for a single-family lot. They would rather maybe buy it across the street in Lakeway or Woods End or any of those other residential subdivisions. So I think the market is telling you that this is commercial, and I think it might sell. I mean, it's obviously up to the market, but I think that's why they haven't sold or they haven't developed.
Ya no podemos tener discusión. A motion to, did you say a motion to table, Commissioner Rose?
No, I was asking a question, because you said if we don't make a
Is
motion.
that appropriate?
Yes, a motion to table with an instruction to staff would be appropriate.
Okay.
I would move the table and really try to work out a solution.
Okay, do I hear a second to that?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. You got your instructions. Try to see what happens, and you might want to keep the city manager apprised, and then so they can apprise us or the city attorney, so that we know a little bit more about it before we come back. Appreciate it very much.
And just reading into the record, we are, they just a motion approved to table to item 10, 11, and item 12, and item 13.
That's correct.
Item 14, public hearing and action, first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-018 to rezone from dwelling A to light till G for blocks 36 and 42 of Share 19 of El Jardín subdivision located at 1784 Old Principal Road.
Mayor, City Commission, good evening. This is a property located on Old Port Isabel, just south of Jaime Zapata. The applicant it's currently on the dwelling. The applicant is asking for a second commercial, and we have the understanding that the applicant wants to do a tax office. In second commercial, it is a little lower category, so we do allow for legal offices, tax offices, beauty salons, kind of a not as high impact retail as a fourth commercial category. As you can see, this is the property. It is surrounded by dwelling. Other cases have been approved for apartments and commercial up and down Old Port Isabel. And this is on the corner of Old Port Isabel and Dolores, just south of Jaime Zapata. This is a future land use plan. It does call for primarily residential with small clusters of commercial land uses. And as you can see, this is a very similar, well, not a very similar, this is a residential structure. It's been a residential structure for about, I would say, more than 40 years. And there is this applicant that would like to change that use. This is the surrounding areas, and this is what it looks like today. The staff recommended to the Planning and Zoning Commission to deny this request, and P&Z voted to approve this request. So therefore, it moved forward, and it is before you today. It is a protested case.
How come it's not highlighted here?
Excuse me?
How come it's not highlighted here that it was a protested case?
Yeah. So.
So it's not highlighted in our minutes. Normally, when we have a protested case, the minutes tell us that.
That was a change that was done by City Secretary.
Yeah, the idea behind it is we never put approved ordinance or passed ordinance, so you have to name it as an ordinance. And then when it comes to the presentation, we say it's a protested one because it allows for it to just go as an ordinance. That's what we're approving the procedure for.
So we did get signatures from the neighborhood. The ordinance calls for a 20% threshold within the 200-foot radius that we notice. They were able to get 42%, is my understanding, of the signatures. They got more signatures, but they were out of that 200-foot radius. It is a public hearing. Like I said, staff did recommend to deny, and P&Z voted recommending to approve. So,
public hearing, go ahead.
Can I speak? I'm sorry, I wasn't saying like, can I speak? I was asking like, can I speak? Because he got stopped from speaking. I'm sorry. Just to clarify before it's like a huge headline, Commissioner told off the mayor. It's happened, sorry. So I did visit the next door neighbor's home with Ramiro last weekend. And one of the things that I recognized about this area, the city just spent, I believe, $235,000 to move services and extend the lanes less than half a block further ahead because of the traffic problem that now exists there and the neighborhoods, which was in Hackberry. This is very close to it. These neighborhoods have not had the fortune of having a light there to protect them to get in and out because of the traffic that now comes down Old Port Isabel. I am firmly, I don't think this should even be approved. Staff did deny it, and then the planning and zoning approved it. Somebody apparently said, oh, because this and this person's giving me a job. I want to go back and check the minutes of that because I don't like that. And one of the things that I really dislike about changing this is there's just too much traffic there. It's a danger, and there's no sidewalk. There's no, there is a huge amount of residences that exist there, and the traffic there is just insane. So to be adding a business where people are going to be jumping in and out every 30, 40 minutes, I think is a really bad idea, especially considering that this lot is on the curve of that street, and you just cannot see people barreling down at you. And if there's anything else you want to add that I'm...
Well, I do want to add, Commissioner, so because the case is protested, then that means for approval, it will require a supermajority. It'll require 6 out of 7 votes. So that's the nature, and that's written into the ordinance of a protested case.
Yeah, that's true. Now,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I know that staff was in denial, yet the P and Z approved. You were at the P and Z, I wasn't. Can you tell me what P and Z, what was it that prompted P and Z to approve it?
They looked a little bit at the land use patterns further down the street. It was before the commission a specific use permit to allow for some offices just right off the corner of. Actually, I can write on this, I think. So I think there's some offices here that was here about 4 or 5 months ago, and there's obviously they're here in this area. There's some beauty salons and some legal offices and stuff. So they kind of looked at that, and they kind of looked at the corridor transforming. We thought it was different because most of these other properties front Old Port Isabel, and they don't have they're not a corner to a neighborhood, right? So this is a corner lot. It's on Dolores. The Dolores is an entrance to a lot of homes in the back, and as you can see, it's a big U. So to us, that's what the difference was.
As a residential home, the entrance to the home is on Dolores, correct?
As you can see in the picture, yes, the entrance is on Dolores.
Okay. Did they submit a site plan for the future use?
They did not submit a site plan. Well, it's not in the presentation because it's not a specific use. This is a zoning application, so they're applying to change the base zoning of this property.
And I'm assuming that
But
if they were to give you a specific use, and if they come in with their land use, I'm assuming that they're going to give you a horseshoe driveway, right?
Their proposal was to have the parking in the front, and there would be no entrance off.
Dolores.
Yeah, no entrance or exit off Dolores. All the entrance and exits would be off Old Port Isabel Road.
What's the use that they want to do with the house?
It's a second commercial use, so it would allow for, it's our understanding that they personally own the house and they would personally like to use it for a tax office, so an income tax, business services kind
So
of
it'd be
office.
busy 3-4 months out of the year. And usually the rest, probably for bookkeeping services, probably 1 or 2 clients a week for the rest of the year, right?
You could safely assume that.
Go ahead.
Okay, just a second now.
We'd have to
Wait,
open-
we still have public comment.
Yeah.
We have public hearing, and please do not speak out from the audience, if you don't mind. If they have a public hearing, please come up, address the mic, and,
Need to open it up for public hearing.
yeah, open it up.
Motion to open public hearing?
Yeah,
The
if
mayor
you don't
does
mind.
it.
Or do you have
Oh.
anything else to say?
No, that was it. I just,
Identify yourselves for the record.
Good evening. My name is Rose Timmer, and I travel that road probably 5 or 6 times a day. It's very busy, it's very congested. It took a long time to get the turn signal and the cutaway, I think it's Hackberry. The people who live in that area, their only exit out of those busy neighborhoods are Coffeeport, and then the other one is the Dolores or the Jaime Zapata, or those roads. But it's very congested, and it's one of our corridors that goes east, north and south. It's one of 2, 3 corridors that go north and south. So it's used a lot. You need, and there's already a lot of commercial there. There's also a handicapped person that lives near that area who has a big truck that he has to maneuver to get out of there because it is so congested. So you need to consider that. It's either expand the street, make it bigger, like you did Paredes Line Road, or don't do this because it will cause a lot of problems.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Maggie Boyd, and I live next door to where the applicant wants to put the new business. My address is 1914 Old Port Isabel Road. My mother, my parents bought the house originally 40-some-odd years ago. And at the time, it was all woods. There was no commercial. The closest commercial building was the Maverick, right on the corner. Probably many of you will remember.
Sure.
Now it's a Stripes. Yes, one of the biggest problems that we have on that road is the traffic. But it's because the Planning and the Zoning Board and Commissioners Court have allowed for businesses on this road that wasn't designed for business. It's residential. 95% of our neighbors are residents. We just had Dolores Avenue, as Mr. Ramirez explained. Dolores goes into cul-de-sac. It's a U. We have brand new families there that have little ones. They have babies. These are starter homes. So that we have little children playing in the streets with the bicycles on Dolores Avenue. We have little older kids playing basketball. And people coming on Old Portisville Road use Dolores Court, Dolores Avenue, as a shortcut to go around because the traffic is so bad on Old Portisville Road, it's backed up. And it was a great thing that we put that traffic light on there. It allowed for traffic to flow, to make that left to go to HEB. However, what happened, the traffic is so congested that you only get 6 cars that can go into that left turning lane. And then the other 2 lanes get backed up because there's the people back that up and they can't get into that right or to go straight or to make a right. So what happens is it blocks the bus stop, which is right in front of my house, and my driveway, which I can't get out. So about 10 years ago, I had to go to the Planning and Zoning Board and get permission to put an exit driveway. So I kind of have an L like this. So I come in Dolores Court, park, and go out Old Portisville Road. And I have to wait there about 10, 15 minutes. Yes, traffic is a problem there. But really, why I'm asking the Commissioners Court and you, Mayor, is to deny this recommendation is because it was supposed to be residential. 95% of the people in that neighborhood are residents. Wood Hollow across the street, we're all residential. On the other side, Lakeway, where Trevino's Funeral Home, all of that is residential. And you believed in the residential area because you allowed Dolores Court to be built. We spent all that money on developing it. And we have a beautiful, secure, quiet little neighborhood there. And we want it to grow. And we can't grow it if we keep putting more businesses there. You want it? I love the growth of Brownsville. I love to see it. If they want a business, they can go up the block. There's plenty of space there where the farmers' insurance is. And go to Alton Gore. Go to 802. There's plenty of office space. However, ours, I'm asking that you deny it based on that we are residential. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment?
Mayor, Commissioner, good evening. My name is Patricia Perez. I am born and raised in Brownsville. I've worked for Brownsville Independent School District for 34 years now. I'm the secretary to the Board of Trustees. I have a full-time job. I attend committee meetings, regular board meetings, and I do this seasonal. It's mid-January to mid-April. I do them by appointments. It's myself and one preparer, another preparer that I have. They're by appointments. It's not a slew of people that are coming through. And like I say, I have meetings. I'm trying to get my kids through college. I'm trying to pay for it. I don't get any financial help of any kind. And it's just a part-time business, seasonal. I'm not there after April. You don't see us. And like I say, it's by appointment only. And we do it, I do it after work when I don't have meetings. And really, it's just a simple little business trying to get my kids through school. And we will not go in through Dolores. Our proposal was to have the entrance and exit on the left side of the business, in and out through Old Portisville Road. It's not we're not H&R Block, we're just a little business trying to make a little income.
Thank you.
Extra income.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Estela Zarate, and I'm the other preparer that Patricia Perez is talking about. I have worked for Pat Perez Tax Service for approximately 12 years. We're a very small business. We both have full-time jobs. Our customers know they cannot catch neither one of us till after 6 o'clock, okay? We're committed to our job. We give great service to the people of Brownsville, but we're a small little business. They know they can, we're at Lopez Supermarket right now, okay? We've been there for 12 years. We love Lopez Supermarket, but we need privacy. So when Pat bought this house, it was so that we could have our own offices, so we could have a little privacy to take care of our clients. But I'll tell you, they ain't gonna catch us before 6 o'clock. So we work from 6 to 9. I go up and down Old Port Isabel Road all the time too. I live by Alton Glore because I take my grandson to Egley every day, okay? I know what the traffic is like there. But when you have 5 customers on an evening, I don't think that's gonna cause major distraction on Old Port Isabel Road, okay? We don't have 20 people going in and out constantly. We're a small little business, and we have approximately 5, 6 people a night, okay? Our busiest time is from January, like Pat said, till put it this way, from the second week of January, depending when income tax season starts, till the middle of February. And then that's it, huh?
Till our extension.
Yeah, till extensions come in on April 18th, like yesterday. 5, 6 cars aren't gonna make a difference, I don't believe. These people have worked very hard to build their business, and I don't think they should be denied. Because they're not even changing the frame of the house. I mean, it's not like that other thing you all were talking about earlier, that it's like business and houses. It still looks like a house, and it's gonna stay like a house. My understanding, you're just gonna put the parking that's gonna go in and out. I mean, I really believe you should help us out here, you know? I can understand, of course, I wouldn't care if there was a tax office, if the man next door to me was doing taxes in the house. I don't care, you know? I live off of Alton Glore, and if the house next to me if he wanted to have taxes and have a little business in the evenings, I'm not gonna mind. It's not that much traffic. It really isn't. So I would appreciate if you all would really consider them.
Thank you. Anyone else on public comment?
Close. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. We have to open it. Oh.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Maria Galasso. I am daughter of Gloria Trevino. She is the homeowner right next door to the folks who were asking for the rezoning. And the people who want to set up this little tax business just bought the property about a year ago. And when they bought it, it was residential. So we really feel like, why would you 1 year later think that it should be changed to even light business? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we've had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Ramiro.
Aye.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just have a question for the couple, I believe Mrs.
We can't address the people.
Or, okay, I will just make a statement. There are several, as of late, I know there's some downtown and all around town, they're business incubators. And I would say that maybe something like that could be, considered, where there's adequate parking, there's a great thoroughfare where there can be a lot of traffic, and also the kind of privacy that you would want to where there would be no other interference.
And one's right down the block here, two blocks down here, a block.
Right, but for questions of, I thought of that too, but for questions of safety and nighttime and all that, because they said 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., there's also some closer to the mall area.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's others.
There's many of them now, and there's more to come.
Commissioner Lombardi?
with the planning and zoning's decision to approve the case, is there an ability for them to give you a specific use with possibly a bigger fence on the back to block off the residential, as we have done in other properties, where they can give you a 9-foot fence in the back to block off, and of course have their parking coming in from Old Port Isabel through a specific use?
We could possibly, yeah. I mean, we could go work with a specific use and bring it back to you at that point.
I don't think that, I'm sorry, I don't think that solves the issue of the house being right next door to it. Also, I think, and if I just could add to that, I think that to say that we're, you know, not being business friendly is not the correct statement. That's a home in the middle of a neighborhood.
In the corner.
No, it's a residential area, and it's not like the ones down the street, because these are right near the corner where the traffic does back up tremendously. And until we can solve that traffic problem or expand the street like we did further up the street where those businesses are, then maybe it would be a real thing to consider or even look at. But in the state that corner is in, because of the hundreds of people that live there, I don't see that being an adequate place for a business to go in just because it's on that specific corner backed up to all of those homes, unlike the ones down the street.
Okay. Now, we've had a little bit of discussion. Do I hear a motion to approve or disapprove? It's just a motion for action.
Well,
go ahead.
the vote to pass would need to be 6 votes in favor.
No, but I mean, when
Yeah.
to pass, I'm just saying, it depends on what kind of motion I have before.
I understand.
So is it, okay, so if I want to not pass this, so I would make a motion to deny,
Deny.
and it would have to be a supermajority, or?
No,
No.
you just have to
Okay.
have majority.
Okay, I'd like to pass a motion to deny.
We have a second.
I'm going to second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to deny. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries. It will be denied. Item number 15.
Item number 15, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-019 to rezone from dwelling Z to general retail G for Lot 4, Block 6 of Cameron Park located at 4614 Paredes Line Road.
Mayor Commission, this is a case, from time to time, you have a case where the city annexes, and it still remains under the zoning that it had. And this is the specific, and the business is operational. So about a month ago, we had a gentleman come in wanting to change the CO, and we couldn't give him a CO because it wasn't zoned correctly. So when the city, this is a case when the city annexed the first 2 blocks, or the first block really of Cameron Park, there are these little businesses along Paredes that have not either come in for rezoning or been rezoning. So this is an operational business currently, and as you can see through the zoning map, slowly as they start changing these COs, I mean these businesses have been around for a long time. So you slowly see the conversion of Paredes line. This is a land use map. It's a future land use map. It's in concurrence. This is an aerial of the subject property, and this is the area surrounding it. This is the shop now. They are not proposing any improvements. They're just wanting to get a new CO with a new owner. And they did apply. Planning and zoning did recommend approval, it is a public hearing.
A public hearing.
I live in that area.
Oh, this one you could live.
Put that picture back up of that tire shop. Show us how lovely that looks. Really? On Paredes Line Road, where people come and look at the event center, go to Los Fresnos. I'm sorry, but did somebody check with TCEQ about all of this and these tires sitting there the way they are? You didn't have to do that. Well, Okay.
grandfather?
I just think that we have to have some sort of compliance with TCEQ. So maybe we need to call them and find
It's not
out.
until you get a flat on Paredes line
That you don't
and you can't
appreciate
even
that
get your damn tire out of the back of your truck like I can, that these places come in real handy around the city.
Well, they might come in handy. I mean, I know, we have them up and down a lot of other different roads, but that doesn't mean that we have to
We've been here too long. No, go ahead.
Yeah.
do what we're doing. I mean, I just don't think that's a shop. I just don't think that's a place for that kind of a shop. It's there, leave it alone, but
I want to see the New York.
I think they are allowed to stack the tires like that, or that's the requirement.
I just gotta say.
Do you live around there?
I've got to agree with the commissioner there. In Brownsville, when you cannot afford the $200 tire, those places really do help, okay? So,
We'll take it from a man of the cloth. Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
So I just have a question. Can I ask a question? Sure. If I understand it correctly, they're not going to change it. They're just going to change owners. Is that what you said?
So yeah, there's a transaction of businesses, so they have to change the certificate of occupancy to reflect the new owner.
But they're not going to build a new building?
They're not going to
or-
build, they're not proposing any improvements.
Right.
The guy just sold the tire shop to
To another
another
guy,
person, yeah.
okay.
So-
And are they up to code? Like, are they
what-
ADA compliant?
Before
those
the
things?
certificate of occupancy is issued, there has to be an inspection done, and they'll go through that. Right now, they haven't done the inspection because they don't have the zoning. So the first step is the zoning.
Okay. Any other public hearing? I'll entertain a
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Mayor, one question.
Sure.
I'm assuming that this was built back during the Cameron Park days?
Yeah. So this was built before the city annexed the first block of Cameron Park, and therefore you get this instance where there's businesses there, but they don't have the correct zoning.
I hate to admit it, but I've been there. Okay.
Would
With a
approve?
flat.
I think they have your sign up.
So now we have it closed. Do I hear a motion
They
to?
did.
I'm sorry.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16.
Item number 16, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-022-S to allow a cell tower in medium industrial J for .037 acres of block 34 and 35 of Los Ebanos property subdivision located at 1850 Veterans Boulevard.
Mayor, City Commission, this is a cell tower that's located on, that is proposed to be located, and actually, I believe item 25 is the approval of the lease between the city and Verizon Wireless for a ground lease for this tower. We did table it last week because we wanted to see if we would get any comments from the public under this specific use. And under our wireless ordinance, they have to follow this specific process. Therefore, this is a specific use for that cell tower. Mr. Vince Hubinger is here to answer any questions you might have about this cell tower. It is on city property. We did not get any comments back or any public feedback at the Planning and Zoning Commission. Planning and Zoning Commission did vote to approve this item, and we asked for your approval tonight. There is a longer presentation. They have RF studies and the idea for demands, but I know that we're short on time here, so I'll entertain any questions.
We have
public hearing. Sorry, there is a public hearing.
Public hearing. Any comments? You did not receive any back, right?
We did not receive any phone calls, nothing, so.
Okay.
Close.
Second.
And just so you know, this is
All
behind
those
the
in
El
favor
Globo.
say aye.
Behind what?
This is behind the El Globo. So, you see that little marker right there? The plaza right in front of it is the El Globo, so the city owns all that property behind it.
The one in the back. Next to the
One in the back. Yeah, okay, now, motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 17.
Item number 17, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2016-025 to rezone the professional office F to medium retail F for .25 acres of lot 1, block 3 of Henrietta Addition located at 1234 McDavid Boulevard.
Mayor, City Commission, this is a case located on 1234 McDavid Boulevard. The current zoning is one commercial, first commercial, and the applicant is requesting third commercial. As you can see, this is the property on the corner of Velma and McDavid. And 1C is in concordance with our future land use plan. Currently, the property was a drive-through seafood business where you could just kind of pick up some frozen shrimp and take them home.
Awesome.
In the past, it's been, my understanding, it's been a coffee shop, and it's been a couple other businesses here and there. This is a picture of that property. And under 1C, a drive-through business is not allowed. So that is why we are now asking the applicant to move to a 3C application. So we took it before P&Z. P&Z recommended approval. No, I'm sorry. P&Z denied this application. Staff also recommended denial, and this is on appeal. The appeal doesn't need any more votes than a normal regular majority.
I'm totally off. He is a 1CF right now.
Yes.
That's what he currently stands on, but under 1CF, he cannot have the business that he has.
Yes.
Okay, but he's been allowed to operate,
Yes.
correct? Okay, and now city staff wants him to bump up to a 3CF so that he can be compliant with the drive-through.
Yes, the
And it
owner,
was-
well, the owner wants to be able to use the business for the way it's built, which is a drive-through facility, whether it's seafood or.
So did he do the
you know.
drive-through facility without permission? Or was he granted a certificate through the city, and was he properly there?
The applicant was granted a certificate of occupancy to operate the seafood business. There was a change, and it was granted because there was a change in the way that we read ordinances. I mean, I'm going probably 15, 20 years back, and I believe there was some slight confusion on the way this property was zoned at the time. So that is why it was allowed to operate for a long time. And then once again, they came in, the seafood business closed down, and they came in to try to pull another CO, and they said, well, wait a minute, you need to have a third commercial category. So that is the explanation for that.
Because they came in for a new CO.
Because they came in for a new CO. They changed tenants, and the tenant wanted to do, I believe, a snack shop, or I'm not sure what they wanted to do. And we found that they didn't have the proper zoning.
I'm gonna do a drive-through tech shop.
Yeah.
So.
And drop off your phone, pick it up in an hour. Okay, so it's a new applicant. It's a new tenant.
The seafood business is closed down. The business is currently shut down. So
now that a new applicant wants to come in,
the
now
owner,
city
the
has-
landowner is applying, but I believe they do have a tenant that's interested in operating the drive-through. So it is a public hearing. I know there are some residents here, and I believe the applicant is here as well.
I think we have one coming up right now.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Sue Alton, and my husband and I bought that piece of property in 2003. And we put up the first drive-through espresso coffee shop in town, La Taza Dulce. I see some of my customers here. We ran it for 13 years. We've had a business there running every month. We knew we were putting a drive-through coffee shop because we didn't have one here in Brownsville. That's how it was presented to the city. That's how it was licensed. I mean, we didn't build this undercover. You know, we went through all of the processes, got all of our licenses, were approved, followed all the rules. The city said, because you're having a coffee shop, you will have a grease trap. So we have a grease trap there as required for all restaurants. We have had 3 different certificates of occupancy. The first one was with me because I was there running it. The second one was, it was still a coffee shop, but I leased it out. And then the third one was to the fish and shrimp business, who was there almost 6 years. So this has not been a business that changes month to month. We've been selective so that we have good tenants and a good income for my husband and myself. The gentleman running the fish business decided to leave after almost 6 years. So we went in, I had everything painted, updated, so it looks nice. It's a nice piece of property in a great location. I had a renter. He came in, signed the lease, put a deposit down, went to the city to get all the inspections done. We had the health department out, got that done. Had the building department out, got that done. And he went to file for his certificate and was denied because now we are not zoned for any kind of food service. And that's when we found out that after 13 years, we've apparently been operating illegally, I guess, because it's not zoned for food of any kind. So I talked to Planning and Zoning, and they recommended that I apply for a change in the zoning to get us in compliance where we should be, which is what we would like to do. So I went to that meeting and we were denied. And so you guys are like the OK Corral. This is it. If we can't operate it as a small drive-through food service of some kind, it's not, the value of it drops horrendously because it's a little drive-through building. It's like 300 square feet. I mean, as far as a professional building, what am I going to sell? Matches and toothpicks? I mean, it's a tiny little building. So that's why I have come here tonight to, like I say, this is the last stand at the OK Corral. At the Planning and Zoning meeting that I went to, they did say that they had talked to the neighbors and there were some complaints with the health department. So I filed an information request form with the Secretary of the City to get the complaints because I wanted to know too if I had some kind of an issue or a problem there. So these are the complaints that they emailed me since September of 2014 through October of 2015. There were 7 complaints filed through the health department. One concerned a child being in the building, and it said they were addressed with that issue and warned and got a citation issued. There were 2 complaints about odor from the dumpster, and the health department actually contacted PUB and said, this dumpster is old, you need to get rid of it. They're trying to keep it clean, but it can't because it's rusted and corroded and it's keeping odors in it. So PUB actually took care of that issue. The other 2 complaints were the grass was tall and they had a garage sale. So out of over a year, the complaints were 7, and I mean, any complaint with the health department has to be investigated. I understand, I comply, but I don't think that, it was health, anyone was in any particular danger. So this piece of property, if I could, I'd still be there selling you coffee drinks, legal or not. And I would like your consideration.
I like her.
I would like your,
Did you bring some coffee tonight?
your consideration for our problem here. I don't know what else to do with it except to, ask you to help us. So,
Sure.
Any questions or?
No, I don't have any questions,
Okay.
but.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I really want coffee.
I can't help it.
Do you live around
I've
the area?
seen this stuff happen so much. The city changes the ordinance. She was in compliance. If the city changes the ordinance, why should she even have to pay for a new permit? I mean, it should be for free. She didn't change it. She was already in operation. You look at the one before. I mean, we're taxing those people on their lots. They can't sell it. They can't use it for anything. And we just make it so difficult for anybody to get a job in Brownsville. And we need to quit that. That's my thinking. I think they should get that.
I think
for
next
free.
time we're going to let you have the invocation. Go ahead. I'm just kidding. Next, please.
I should
just think you're pushing him out.
Good evening. My name is Zulema Guerrero Abete. I live at 625 McDavid, across from that building that the
Sure.
lady just mentioned, okay? And we are against rezoning that place. We are. It's my neighbors, and when they first built that little thing there, we were not notified. That's a residential area. That's family place, not for business. And we were not notified at all, okay? So then, when we saw that they were building a place there, at that time I still had my husband, and he said, "What are they doing there?" We were not notified. So the city did not notify us about what they were building there, okay? Then, like the lady said, yes, they were the first ones to start the little business there. It was okay. Then again, another person, fine. The third one, as she mentioned right now about the fish deal, yes, yes. It was bad, very bad. Like she said, the health department went, yes. I was concerned. I was concerned about a little baby just being born, being kept there for hours, like the baby was there. From 10 o'clock in the morning till 6:30 or 7 that they would leave, the baby would be in there. I don't think that was nice at all to have a child in there. They were told by the health department they couldn't have him there, and yet they still did. I wouldn't call back anymore, but I'm not denying that I did call, yes, because it's not right, okay? Then the smell was bad. My neighbor did complain. Not me on that, I didn't. I had breast cancer, thank God, I'm a survivor. And I don't smell, I don't taste. So, but she did. So she got with the city, and the father of the man running the place there said, by golly, they're gonna close my place down. And I can't afford to be buying trash cans, because it's $100 a month. So she just said, it's okay. I did call the city. They went, they removed that dumpster from there. It was filthy, and it was bad, okay? My kids would come over and spend some time with me, and Mom, we just can't stand that smell, okay? I wouldn't talk to them. I never did. I didn't have any communication with them at all. And I was pleased with the very first, when they first had coffee, fine. Then the second one that came in, I knew the person that opened that, and I was fine. On this one, I don't agree to have any changes because about 9 years back, the place across, they wanted to sell some cars, and we were against it, okay? And it was denied. I got all the people there in Velma, Blanche, McDavid, you name it, okay? And it was denied because that's not for commercial of cars. It can be like a beauty shop, a barber shop, that it would look like a family place. Like if you go to between Boca Chica and Alice Road, you see all those businesses there. They look beautiful. Huh? They all have the front, as a business, but not like to sell cars. So on this one, we are against because it's a drive-through, yes, and I have already gotten with the permit department, and that's a drive-through restaurant there. Of course, they can sell, food or something. I mean, I'm not against that. I'm not against that. But I don't think still I would like any food there. We got the first little restaurant, Amy's. We got tacos. We got now the store selling all that. I mean, by golly, that's a residential area. Why not make it look as a family place, It's quiet. I wouldn't like to have a business there. I go to bed very early, and I wouldn't want to have a business there till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning with loud radios and all that. So we are against it, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. Any other public comment? Okay. Oh.
Are you going to speak?
Good afternoon, Mayor,
I
Commissioners.
think it's good evening right now.
My name's Richard Hernandez, and I live right next door to that location. And according to the lady, she just said that she wants to keep it the way it is. However, according to the ordinance here, it says to rezone the professional office F to a medium F. I don't know what's the difference. I don't have a problem for the property to stay the way it is, but I don't want it to be a car lot.
I think you told me that Saturday.
Yeah, but I haven't. I sure have. Being that you brought that up, across the street on McDavid and Blanche, it's chaos. The car lot there has a whole lot of cars, and practically every morning he gets all his cars, puts them in the streets. It's a problem. And I'm like, if you have a car lot, keep your cars in the car lot. It's a problem. And it's going back to this. It can stay the way it was. I don't have no problems. I don't want it rezoned for a medium retail.
Okay.
So
Thank you,
that's it.
sir.
Richard Hernandez.
I didn't mean to expose, but I did see you on Saturday.
Can I
saw you twice, I think.
I was here 13 years ago when Taza Dulce got approved, most unfortunately.
Yeah.
And Taza Dulce did go through the right channels. There was notification around the neighborhood. I remember it. I remember. I'm unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but fortunately, I have a very good memory, and I remember a lot of these things. And I do remember Taza Dulce, and they did go through the right channels. If you live within 200 feet, you were notified that that something was going to go on. And I was here. I was here at that time. I'm the only person here that was here back then.
And I remember the coffee.
Yeah.
I remember. The coffee was very good.
My question is, she's at a 1F. If she is zoned up to a 3CF, a third commercial, she gonna have to pay out of her pocket?
Did she pay for the application?
What is it that you need for her to become compliant with the 3CF?
She paid for the application. The applicant paid for the application. It's before you tonight.
To upgrade to a 3CF?
To upgrade to a 3CF.
Okay.
That's what that is, and if you approve the 3CF, she can go operate her business after the second reading.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, I paid $500 to have them deny me, and I figured I win some people, I'm gonna pay another $300 and see what happens. Like I said, this is the last tenant, the okay corral.
Okay.
Close.
I think we need to take a look at all that stuff, but anyway, for right now, public hearing under the circumstances. Anybody else? If not, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Close.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. I move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, so it's approved.
Item number 18, public comment. We do have one.
I think he got tired. Oh, no, he's still.
Okay.
Good evening. Son? Can you address a couple of things? I just moved back to Brownsville at the end of the year, and I'm already encountering issues with your city employees. First of all, I want to thank the city for upgrading the lift station number 8, where my parents live. That was about time. Way overdue. They finally paved that street where they live. I want to thank you for that. I had to move back because one of my parents got very ill. So I'm trying to do everything that I can right now. The brush pickup, it's not being done. My parents have trees, we trim them. We put them for them to pick up. They don't come. And I've called. They told me I have to wait until the end of the month before I can call and complain. I shouldn't have to be doing that. They should be, if it's a contractor, then you need to find somebody else who's wanting to do this job. There's no reason for me to be calling every month, reminding them to come pick up the brush. The municipal court. I got a speeding ticket in the beginning of January by one of your officers. I'm here to officially tell you I'm going to be filing a complaint against the city, Mr. Sassi, and the police department, and I'm going to be addressing it to you. On January 8th, Officer Cavazos, number 4788, was riding a motorcycle and stopped me while I was going to Harlingen to take my brother to the VA clinic. I exited and stopped at the frontage road on Price Road exit, and when I stopped, I observed in my rearview mirror that he had stopped another vehicle who apparently got in his way and pointing the finger at them and scolding at them. And I could hear that he was very angry, and he raised his voice. I didn't hear exactly what he was saying, but I could tell that he was angry. Now, noticing his behavior, I decided to unlock my phone and to begin to audio record him and take pictures if necessary. Before he approached my vehicle, I saw him already writing a citation. I took a picture of him doing this. He then approached my vehicle and stated I have been speeding. He also accused me of having an expired registration sticker. I told him it was not expired and showed it to him, which I had in my compartment, but he had not put on my windshield. I had just gotten it a week before. My main concern at the time was getting back home, unpacking, and I was still in the middle of all of that. Now, Officer Cavazos didn't want to hear my excuses. So what he did is he reached into my truck, pulled out the registration sticker and put it on my steering wheel. I did not appreciate that. I found that very unprofessional. So, all right, I'll be back and I'll continue this next time.
Okay,
I'll
thank
be
you very much.
emailing it to you, hopefully tomorrow. I'll be back in the next meeting to continue this discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Action item 19, consideration and action on resolution number 2016-023, the filling of applications with the Department of Transportation and Operating Administration of the United States for federal transportation assistance authorized by the House of Representatives, 2029 Consolidated Appropriations Act 2016, United States Code and federal statutes administered by the Department of Transportation.
Would approve?
Second, all those in favor say aye. No, I'm just kidding.
Good evening,
It's been
Mayor,
years
City
since we've done that, do you remember?
Commissioners. City staff recommends authorization to file an application for our Connecting Community Projects under the Transportation Investment Generation Economic Recovery Program known as the Tiger Discretionary Grants Program, as summarized in the enclosed project summary and this resolution.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know,
Item 20, consideration and action on ordinance number 2016-1615, authorizing the issuance of City of Brownsville, Texas Utilities Revenue Refunding Bond Series 2016, and as posted in the agenda.
you're not that lucky.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good evening,
My name is
ma'am.
Leandro Garcia, Chief Financial Officer for the Brownsville Public Utilities Board. This agenda item seeks Commissioners' authorization to issue Utility System Revenue Refunding Bond Series 2016. Our financial advisors, Jorge Garza and Noe Hinojosa with Estrella Hinojosa, are here to share some details, benefits, and the timing of this transaction.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, Jorge Garza, Estrada Hinojosa and Company. Let's see how I can move this. Can you move to page 5, please? At the beginning of the presentation is a market update. I'd like to look at page number, there you go, good, thank you. I'll just go to page 5. As you can see, the trend in interest rates has continued to be favorable in the municipal bond market. As a result, the Brownsville Public Utilities, who has your utility, has several bond issues outstanding. The Series 2008 are outstanding in the amount of $61,530,000. and they're one of 7 bond issues for their total debt of $293 million. Part of the 2008 bonds are advance refundable. That means we can refinance them. So on the next page, we present, graphically was the previous page. This is actually the numerical presentation of the total debt of the utility. Next page, which is page, let's see what, page 11. Let's see, page 10, I believe, is the, yeah, page 10. Okay, this is the candidates. These are what can be advance refunded for savings. As you can see, they're the Series 2008 bonds. On the second column, it says that the interest rate on those bonds is 5%. If you could move over to the column that says 2016 yields, today refinancing them, we can replace them with interest rates of 1.1% all the way down to 2.98%. So a cumulative savings result from the refinancing. The following page is page 11, of which it presents the results of that refinancing if it were to occur at today's interest rates. Approximately at the bottom of the shaded area that's titled savings is $4,654,600 would be the result of refinancing those bonds. That's with all costs included. It has a net present value of $3.6 million. We use a % of savings as a target, whether to recommend these to the city or to the utility. We normally use a target of 3.5% or better. This is generating 8.6% of savings to do the transaction. Very positive, approximately 172,000 a year, all the way to about 282,000 a year in savings. So it's a very positive results as a result of the refinancing. The team that would handle the transaction, if it's approved by you today, the ordinance that's before you, is the team that the Brownsville Public Utilities Board has selected for underwriters, the people who will sell the bonds, is RBC Capital, Hilltop Securities, Frost Bank, and Stifel Nicholas. That'll be the four firms. A year ago, we brought a team of Citigroup and Goldman, and between all 6 of those firms are the underwriters selected. So we've gone to the firms that have not participated recently in the utilities financing. The timeline for getting into the market is today is the April 19th commission. The request is for you to authorize the utility to go forward and issue the bonds. We will go to the rating agencies in the 27th of April and sell the bonds at public sale or in competitive sale on the May 17th and have a financial close on the 1st of June. So it's a positive results for the utility and for the city of Brownsville. I'll entertain any questions to myself, to Noé, or to Leandro. Thank you.
If not, I'll entertain a motion.
To approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 21, consideration action to approve resolution number 2016-024, expressing official intent to reimburse with tax exempt obligation proceeds costs associated with certain capital improvements to the Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Commission, this resolution, reimbursement resolution, allows the general fund to get reimbursed from CO proceeds from the proposed certificates of obligation CO that will be issued sometime probably in August of this year for the terminal, for the passenger terminal at the airport. And this just resolution allows us, in case we have an expenditure before the CO gets approved, the general fund can get reimbursed. And we requested this reimbursement resolution be adopted.
So move.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 22.
Item 2022, consideration action to adopt budget amendment resolution number 2016-025 to amend the general fund, streetscape fund, and motor vehicle parking system fund expenditures budget, and to amend the budget for additional expenditures and revenue in the capital projects fund.
Honorable Mayor, City Commissioners, following budget amendment has been presented for your consideration and approval. The schedule that was given to you has a detail of all the line items that we're requesting budget amendments. There's one update, it's indicated up on the screen. The Public Works oil spill, initially when we had these numbers, we didn't have the complete information. Subsequent to the report being submitted, there was an additional invoice that was submitted. Total cost on this events is going to be $222,500. All other items on there are as indicated. Do you have any particular questions on these?
Yes, I do, Lupe. What is this ETJ litigation, $55,000? Who are we paying that out? And second, the Public Works oil spill, did the police department ever figure out who was responsible?
In reference to the ETJ litigation, this is an ongoing litigation that's being handled by legal department. We've expended about $35,000 in legal fees, and I estimated about $20,000 more on the ongoing litigation on that item. Mr. Sossi may be able to add a little bit more information on that.
The litigation, the defense of it is being handled by the Willett firm. We're handling a cross-claim against them based on the applicability of the new legislation that went through this past year.
If we could get a full report on their billable hours, because it seems pretty high.
Absolutely.
So if you could just break it down for the commission.
Absolutely.
On how much they're getting an hour and how many hours they worked and what they've done so far.
Absolutely, we'll get that information to you. In regards to your second question on the Public Works events, spill events, there was a memo generated by our Assistant City Manager, Ms. Ruth Azuna, that went out, and it should be going out either yesterday or today regarding to detail the event. Maybe Public Works or Ms. Azuna may be able to add a little bit more information regarding that event.
We have not had any results in relation to any criminal investigation, if that's what you're asking. We don't know if it was a criminal act either. We know that it was caused by either human error or somebody may have opened that, but we don't know that. We have taken steps to assure to the best possible way that this doesn't happen again by initiating some internal procedures and things like that.
And if I'm not mistaken, it didn't happen once, it happened twice, right?
It's happened twice in the last year and a half, yes.
Wow.
Not from the same location, though. One time it was a portable oil container that was placed at the Public Works.
But for sure, it won't happen a third time.
We are for sure that we're trying everything possible that it does not happen again, yes.
Mayor, City Commissioners, we did do our own investigation. These two incidents happened during the night. Since then, we've added more lighting. We asked our police to help us out with more security. We put some more cameras. We are proposing a fencing around our facility. We added 2 motorized gates. We're actually going to close down Public Works during nights. There will be key access to come in. Whoever needs to go in, it might be our ambulance, but definitely it's going to be closed at night.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Mayor, it's a motion to approve with the changes as presented.
Okay.
Motion to approve with the changes as presented.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Item
Thank
number
you.
23.
Item number 23, consideration and action to accept 5,000 value donation from Healthy Communities of Brownsville for an education station at the City Cemetery, Sauk on 5th Street and Old Alice Road.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commission. It is my pleasure to present Ms. Rose Timmer to accept consideration and action to accept the $5,000 value donation, and I'll give her a minute to briefly describe the project.
Your motion to approve?
I'll make it short. You all invited me to the City Cemetery Resaca restoration, and I figured, what do we need to make it work? I applied for a grant. I got it from United Airlines. Rose Gowan was there graciously to thank United Airlines at the time. This has been a year and a half. We have a grant for $5,000. I'm working with the architectural students from TSC and the BC workshop. So we're going to create a bird blind over there on the corner where the Torito is. And we've talked to SSP Design, PUB, everybody that's involved, and we just wanted to let you know it's happening. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 24.
Item number 24, contracts, purchase bids, contracts. Consideration action to approve lease agreement between City of Brownsville and Verizon Wireless.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Commission. This is a lease agreement that follows a presentation you saw earlier today. This is between the City of Brownsville and Verizon Wireless. The term of this lease will be for 5 years on $12,000 annually to be paid on equal monthly installments.
Motion to approve?
Second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion
20
carries.
years coming.
$12,000 a year.
Number 25.
Item number 25, consideration action to approve sale of Puerto Complex located at 1301 East Madison to the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley.
This is the real estate contract for the purchase of the Cueto Complex owned by the City of Brownsville, located at 1301 and 1325 East Madison Street. The purchaser is the Board of Regents for the University of Texas system. The appraised value of the property is $900,000, and that is what is being offered as the sales price.
Motion to approve.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 26.
Thank you.
Item number 26, consideration action to authorize the city manager accept an executed grant awarded by the Texas Department of Transportation under the Intercity Bus Program.
This item is to allow us to continue our Metro Connect service. It's a grant to continue the services of our inner city regional Metro Connect service in partnership with Valley Transit Company, the City of McAllen, and the City of South Padre Island.
So move.
Second.
If I may, Ms. Zamora, how much money do the other cities pitch in? Because well, first of all, when it means local matching, is it state funding or is it city funding?
The state, the local match is divided among the 3 cities. The City of Brownsville's portion for this particular year is $106,000. The City of McAllen, $156,000, and the City of SPI, $142,000. That would be considered the local match to leverage the federal dollars down.
Thank you.
Okay?
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you,
Item number
Thank you.
27.
Item number 27, consideration action to award a contract for rehabilitation of B Metro Maintenance Facility Project Phase 1 located at 700 Jose Colunga.
Based on the actions noted on this procurement analysis, 1 through 11, B Metro administrative staff recommends consideration and action to award a contract for the rehab of the B Metro Maintenance Facility Project Phase 1, located at 700 Jose Colunga, to Noble Texas Builders of Westlaco, Texas, for a total amount of $1.8 million. The completion time schedule for this is approximately, it says eight weeks on the agenda, but it's actually approximately 300 days, 300 days instead of 8 months. And the evaluation committee concurs with this recommendation.
Budget was at 1.3 and it came in at 1.8?
The budget was set at 1.5. Came in at
1.5 and it came in at 1.8?
Yes,
That was the best offer?
yes.
And there's a huge discrepancy between the offers. They go from like 2 million to 1 point something. So I don't really understand how we go from one, which is the lowest offer, and then they go to best offer. And then subsequently you have, if you look at the other bids, which is page in the package.
It's page, they're not number, it's at page 3, I think. It thus gives you the breakdown of the committee's evaluation. The breakdown was pretty close among all of the providers. But this was, Noble Texas Builders came in at 79.86 as the best and final offer. I mean, as the lowest, as the highest points.
Score. Ranking.
Right, I'm sorry, excuse me, as the highest ranking.
You see, when you look at, you have Alpha Construction, page 3, 2.1, Siwa, 2.0, Spagas, 2.0, Noble, 1.69, Jaycon Construction, 1.6. So really, there's about a $400,000 discrepancy, and then it goes out about 200,000. So why does it go from 1.6 to 200,000? How is that low offered and then a best offer higher? The base bid. You see, so you use the base bid over here, but then on page 4, you have a different best offer. So
Well, what we did is we went back and we looked at the different line items.
and did you add the other companies? Did you let them an opportunity once you changed it up to also do another one?
It's the same, if you look at Appendix A, Appendix B, and Appendix C, those are some of the items that, I'll let Stanford explain that a little bit better.
Mr. Mayor and Commission, if I may, what we did was the best qualified proposal. And we were in that proposal effort. What we did was break out certain items that we had to decide if they were required by code or that we could add if we were in close to the budget. We actually wanted to use all the alternates. So we didn't award based on the base bid only. It actually, and the rankings still came out to the same, whether it's a base bid or with all the alternates together. So we actually we were required actually to put in all the alternates. That's why the number is higher. Now, the reason it's at 1.8 instead of 1.5, there's 3 items. One is that we've got almost $97,000 in alternates and betterment fund. If those funds are not used, they are returned to the city. We do that on a regular basis on all our projects so that we don't need to come back to the commission if we find an unforeseen circumstance or we find something that we need to do on the project. That would bring it to 1.7. The other item was what, 150,000?
For the elevator.
The elevator, they came in and originally told us it was a $30,000, $40,000 effort to fix the elevator. Now that one elevator is $150,000, which we're going to address with the contractor after the award.
And you see, that is my concern that, I mean, it's such a discrepancy between Alpha and Jaycon. Like, the spectrum is so large, it's almost, I mean, $400,000.
Oh.
And this is what happens. Then you're gonna come back in a couple of months and tell me there's a change order. Oh, we couldn't work it out with the contractor, so there's a change order. You see, so
We've
I'm
gone
seeing
through that
pattern.
negotiation effort. I've been doing this for 40 years, so I'm pretty confident we're not going to have that problem.
Well, I've been here a year, and I've seen so many change orders, and I've only been here a year.
Not on
So
my
if I would have been
projects.
here 40 years, I mean, wow, I mean, I'd see a lot more change orders. So
But
that's
not-
really my
not-
concern.
My projects don't have those efforts.
This is a project that's in dire need of getting done. That place is in horrible shape. And if there is a change order of any consequence, we bring it to the commission and expound on the reasons for the change order.
Yeah.
And then you can vote on the change order then.
Can you expand on the elevator portion? You said it was
The
30 to 40?
elevator's got a leak in the shaft. It's a piston-type shaft. And it originally, they came back and said, oh, it's going to be a $40,000 change. Now that in redoing this, it also needs to meet ADA compliance because it's a 40-year-old elevator. When they built it, it didn't have ADA compliance. So now they need to rebuild the box. What I'm going to go back is ask the contractor, because I just spoke to 3 other contractors. There's a school that's putting in a new elevator. It's $55,000, and it's pistons on 2 sides. I'm going to go back with the contractor and ask them to renegotiate that effort, see if we can put in the less expensive elevator, new elevator, instead of repairing the old.
So who
I'm sure
quoted?
he's glad to hear that. He's in the back. But that's one of the questions we had, because originally we thought, oh, it's going to be under the cost of a new elevator, so we'll get it fixed that way. Thyssen Crump is the elevator installer. They've maintained the elevator over the years. We were surprised by the number.
So who made the assumption that it was 30 to 40? The city did?
No, they gave us a bid.
And they're not held to that bid?
They were going to do that work under a separate contract. It wasn't in our bid, by the way, as well. So we added that at the last moment because of the requirements through the code. We were expecting and hoping to do just a minimal amount of work because we were trying to make the building windstorm compliant. And the overhead doors are falling down. There's various problems with that facility. We do want to clean it up. We do want a good working environment for the men. So
women.
beyond that, we went from a $100,000 budget, we went back, when I was awarded, we said we needed at least $500,000 just for the structure. All of the other items were required by code. So now it's not fully fire sprinkled, now it will be. That's one of the alternate items that we chose to accept.
I mean, I'm concerned that someone would quote or bid that repair for 30 or 40, be awarded, and then come back and say, oh, we're short 110 just for the elevator. I mean, what happened to the other bidders? Were they, maybe they would have come in within budget, but they weren't the lowest bidder because they
Well,
bid it right.
again, we were given a quote from ThyssenKrupp, who maintained the elevator for how many years? 10, 12 years under contract. We expected that to be a lot lower number. So we were surprised when the number came in at that high.
That was the bid that ThyssenKrupp provided you when you made your cost price analysis.
Correct. So that came directly from that subcontractor who then quoted a different number to the general contractor.
Maybe we should consider tabling this for better clarification.
Yes, we understand that we need to do this, but my whole concern with all this procurement is all these change orders, and I really don't want to be caught in the middle, sir.
The last item, if I may, the third item is the reason that the price went up, is the steel prices have gone up in the valley in the last 3 months. And during that process is the time that we put this together. So my estimates were done 4 months ago. So here we are at this point trying to award, but the prices have gone up, and that's about $100,000. So there's the explanation, 3 items. And we can still negotiate that number down on the elevator by itself and still award this tonight if you prefer. I don't see it as a problem.
Does someone have a motion?
I made a motion to table.
I have a motion to table. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Want to adjourn?
Second.
That will not be tabled.
Thank you.